was no head contact with Jesse Creel, and Gregor Townsend saying that there obviously was. And I think, Scotland were, Gregor Townsend and Scotland were basically saying that Finn Russell penalty shouldn't have even been a penalty. He was kind of just pulling out of a tackle, or pulling out trying to catch the ball. And, that there wasn't really a tackle, that there was no head contact, and that shouldn't have been a penalty. I think South African fans will be saying that could have been a yellow card. So it's an interesting. It's always going to be interesting from that perspective with regards to what different people think, and you're always going to be a little bit, biased towards your team, aren't you? And sort of selectively blind at times. But let's talk about it. So in terms of the head contact, we've all obviously seen the photos and stuff like that, and maybe I can actually put it on the screen as well. Let me see if I can get that sorted.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
That's a good idea. I'm going to put that on screen now, and also the problem is, though, when it comes to something like a very select sort of screenshot, it doesn't always tell us with the full story and stuff like that. And so I'm going to show you exactly what everyone is saying was the issue, and then we can talk a little bit about it. Okay, so this is the freeze frame that has been going around, and as you can see over there, and again, I was trying to find the video. We can't show the video, unfortunately, because it'll be taken down. But so that's the freeze frame that's now sort of going around. And over there, it looks like there's sort of head contact. Obviously, sort of, we don't sort of know the extent, because it said a freeze frame doesn't always tell the clearest of pictures and stuff. So that is what's going around. And that's what everybody has been complaining about, saying that where the inconsistencies. Now, Rassie Rasmus came out and point blank said there was no head contact. And in terms of the sighting, we're sitting here on Tuesday. The incident happened on Sunday evening, and there's been no sighting. Tom Curry was cited immediately. Well, obviously got a red card, and his sighting commission was actually, I think, supposed to be today, I believe it was. I can just go on the World Rugby. So there has been no sightings, so he will not be cited. I think that is the main thing. So a lot of people have been asking me, saying, will he be cited? Can he be cited? Obviously, he can be cited. So people are asking, even if he didn't get a red card or wasn't picked up, can he still be cited? Now, yes, he can. He can still be cited. That's definitely still a thing. But the fact that he hasn't by now means that he won't. I think is the good news, I suppose, from a South African perspective, that he will not be cited. I'm going to the disciplinaries. So if you go to the disciplinaries, for example, there's only one, and from the weekend, that is Tom Curry. And that, I said, I think that will be on today, if I'm not mistaken. The hearing will take place on Tuesday evening. Yeah, Tuesday evening. So Tom Curry hearing will be tonight. And so we'll put a video out as soon as we have that verdict, because it will be the first potential ban of the tournament. And I think the biggest problem is, I think if you look at this video incident again, you can look at a freeze frame over here and you can say it looks bad. If you look at the video, for example, I don't think it's necessarily head-on-head contact initially. I think it's a difficult one at the end of the day, and you can sort of slow it down, look from different angles. I don't think it's as clear-cut as everybody sort of is suggesting. And again, we're now sitting 2 days on from it. Nothing's been brought up, so he's not going to get cited for it. So Springbok fans, don't think we need to panic. But then obviously the sort of big questions are the inconsistencies. And there's always going to be a lot of debate around this with regards to what counts as head-on-head contact. Because we're talking a little bit about the Tom Curry incident, and some people saying that they felt it was very harsh. Some people saying, well, it's head-on-head contact. And I think by the letter of the law, it was a red card. It was head-on-head contact. There was the problem is, you look at mitigation. Now, The mitigation, I suppose, some people's argument is that Jean-Cruz Malia was coming down and sort of and wasn't on the ground yet, so you wouldn't have known exactly how high he was going to be because he was kind of falling down from the tackle, well, not falling down from the tackle. He got up, the ball had come down, and so that's where some people are saying it could have been mitigation because but at the same time, and somebody made this point on our group WhatsApp group, they were saying that there was another tackler at the same time who was lower, who wasn't in the position for head-on-head contact, and so by looking at that, you're going to sit there saying, well, it could have been avoided. And the usual thing is when there's head-on-head contact, they start at a red card threshold, and then they look at mitigation, and they work their way down. So in that instance, for example, they said, right, there's head-on-head contact between Tom Curry and Malia. It is with a higher degree of force. What are the mitigating factors? Now, Tom Curry goes into the tackle very upright, never really sort of looks to drop, leading with his head, for example. And whilst it's an unfortunate incident, there were no real steps that he took to prevent it. And that's the problem. You look at mitigating factors and there wasn't any, which is why he was red carded and why he will now be facing a disciplinary hearing this evening. So two very different instances, if you ask me. Immortal say, I think they already said he won't be cited. Tim Vandenberg says, hi Steve, just got back from Marseille. Not a bad start for the World Cup. Oh, fantastic. Good to hear. Very cool that you were over there. And so we go on Thursday. So very, very excited to go there. And we'll be in Bordeaux this weekend for SA versus Ireland. So this Sunday during the watch along, which will be with the Wares, we'll hopefully be doing a live crossing, the first ever live crossing on Forever Sports. And it's going to be to France, to Bordeaux. So hopefully you can get that right because it'll be very cool to do. Tim Vandenberg says, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been 36 hours since the game, which means yes, you can't be cited anymore. Right? As far as I understand, yes, that is the case. If he was going to be cited, it would have happened already. And no, I cannot be streaming the game for us in the stadium, unfortunately. Evan says, saw the replay from another angle, looked like no head contact, shoulder hit the ball into his chin. And said, I think he could only be cited if it was a red card. I think it was just an awkward tackle there. And it does raise eyebrows. No, you can be cited. So, for example, obviously, that incident against Jean-Cruz Malia back in Ellis Park where he jumped into Grant Williams, it wasn't even a penalty. There was absolutely nothing. And he was then cited retrospectively afterwards and was banned. So just because there was no card or just because there was no penalty or anything like that, it doesn't mean that you can't be cited. You can be cited. And people have been. But in this particular case, it doesn't look like they have cited him. Evan says tackle techniques need to be correct to avoid the risk. Well, that's the big thing. And that's what people are, and that's what I was saying about England is the problem with England is that they're dealing with a lot of red cards in a short space of time. And you start to get a little bit of a reputation about your tackle technique if that is the case. And so, referees and TMOs are always going to be trying to be neutral and trying to treat every single situation on its own merits. But there's always going to be sort of a subconscious amount of, well, these guys have been getting red cards quite a lot. They've been guilty of really poor tackle technique, and that's where I think the England coaching team needs to be taking a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot of the blame, but they need to be having a review because they've had so many red cards in the last few months that there's obviously a fundamental problem with the way that they are approaching the game defensively, and that needs to change because that's the whole point of these red cards. Somebody made a very good point over the weekend, and they were saying that, you remember how, spear tackles was such a big thing 10, 15 years ago. And they then started saying, right, so spear tackles are completely taken out. If you dump it on the head, it's a yellow card, red card territory, for example. And it took a few years, and we had a lot of cards, stuff like that. And they made a good point saying, how often do we see spear tackles now? And we actually don't. So yes, there are the occasional times where a player is lifted up and he's dumped, but we do see it. It's far fewer incidents than there were 10 years ago, maybe. So there's no doubt that it works, and that's the whole point. And this is the thing, we can criticize World Rugby, we can criticize the officials for how many cards there are and stuff, but the whole point is to try and change players' behavior, players' tackle technique, and to change the way the game is played to make it safer. And when people sit there and say rugby's gone soft, I think that is incredibly dismissive and very, very just wrong, to be honest. Rugby is more physical and more intense than it ever has been. and it's far more professional. The players are bigger, they're stronger, they're faster, they hit harder, they tackle harder. So rugby has never been as physical as it is currently now. So when you sit there saying, "Oh, the game's gone soft," because they're trying to ensure that people who are being tackled harder than ever are not being tackled in the head, and then developing dementia later and dying and forgetting their family names. That's what they're trying to prevent. We're trying to get away from the head injuries. We're trying to reduce the risk and make the game as safe as possible, whilst keeping the core principles there. That is the point. And it has to be done. Otherwise, the game will not survive. You cannot have a game, a sport, which is, functionally too dangerous. You've got to weigh up the risk. And there will always be a risk of injury. It is a contact sport, but a contact sport doesn't mean that people need to be getting concussions every single week and long-lasting head injuries. That's what we're trying to get away from. So yes, a broken bone, concussions will be part of it. Concussions are part of every sport. In the last Proteas game, or the first Proteas game in the cricket, for example, there was concussion for being hit in the head, and there was some substitution. So concussions are always going to be part of the game, but we've got to try and find ways to reduce it so that they are isolated incidents and not the norm. And that's what they're trying to do. So I don't have an issue with the fact that they're trying to do. The issue obviously is the inconsistencies, and again, I think that's going to be a year or two of trying to clarify the rules and trying to really sort of work it all out, and then hopefully after that, it then becomes a case of the tackle techniques all adjust accordingly. And we're sitting here in 4 or 5 years' time saying, how cool is it that there are so few head injuries? That the tackling's all got a bit lower, and that hopefully the game is in a much better place because of it. So you do have to walk before you can run. And yes, so there has been an increase in cards and stuff like that. Again, I think we're talking about long-term vision here, people, long-term vision. So I don't mind. I'm not going to spend my time getting so worked up by all the cards. I've also never been one of those people who think that a red card ruins the game. I think a red card is part of the game. And I think that if you start to reduce the impact of the red card or the consequences of it, I think you're kind of losing the point. Isn't the whole point to take a hard line? And if you don't take a hard line, then you're not going to be changing players' attitudes. You're not going to be changing the way the game is played as quickly as you'd like it to be. Brendan says, if they cite this accidental incident but let Finns clear foul play, it'll be an injustice. Winter Pistol says, if Farrell gets away with his tackle, JT gets away with it too, while Farrell is currently serving a ban. We're just saying, seeing the bunker system being misused the way it has, it's like watching a field being plowed by Ferrari, so good in principle, so badly operated by those in charge. I don't think the bunker's been terrible. TMO and the bunker's obviously quite different. So if you've got an issue with the way TMO is being used, for example, then that's one thing. But the bunker, I've yet to really see the bunker being that misused. I've quite enjoyed the bunker concept. Different TMO, different set of eyes, different sort of team and stuff like that. Look, to be fair, also it is very new. They weren't, and I think before a month ago they weren't even planning on using it in the World Cup. So it was only trialed really in the last month or two, and then implemented for the World Cup. So I think it's always gonna have a couple of teething issues, but I'm a big fan of the concept. So hopefully the small issues they have, they can sort of fix that quite quickly. It has been a very tumultuous time for World Rugby in the last weekend, this first weekend. There were transport issues in Marseille. There's a transport strike planned in France on Friday, which is the day we arrived. So we might be arriving to a transport strike. So that's just been phenomenal. Hopefully I can get onto my train before then and I can get to board. So that's going to be fun. And Papa Rumble says, have we had updates on Airburn? Last I saw, they said 10 days or so. But we're still waiting on scan results. Yeah, there's been no official updates since then. And yeah, so that was a press conference yesterday. Rassie Rasmus saying that he's going to be out for 7 to 10 days. Was never going to play the Romania game. But yeah, still needs to be able to train and stuff like that. And he's not going to be able to for the next sort of week or bit. But in theory, should be okay for Ireland as long as he's trained well and there are no complications. That is the last update we got. Dion says, question, is Dan Bigger shouting at his hook and other teammates generally considered to be okay? I was shocked by the instance, didn't even get much press. I suppose you have to ask the teammates stuff like that. Some I don't know, it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? You get some people who are very vocal at their teammates and stuff. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's a bit. I suppose it's about the line. I suppose it's sort of the amount of respect that you either have or that you give your teammates, stuff like that. So if you're in a position and that's, you've been given the license to be able to do that, and people can understand where you're coming from, then it can work. But obviously, there's always needs to be a line. So as long as it has a net positive result, I suppose it can work. I've never been a massive fan of it. I think it's one thing demanding things of your players and stuff. I think it's another thing shouting at people when they do something wrong. So yeah, I think there's limits to it. Who do we face in the quarters if we lose to Ireland? We have to find out. We have to wait. If we lose to Ireland, we finish second. We'll play the top of the group A, which at this stage will be France. So we have to wait and see what happens in that group. Anyone know when Billy Boy will step down? He's never stepping down. Sian says, ref chat is mostly boring. What can be an interesting discussion on the laws and their application there, which turns into fans whinging about perceived injustices? 100%. I don't mind talking about laws. I don't mind discussing the implementation of laws. It's just very tiring when you go onto a forum or you're chatting to people and it's Fiji got robbed because of a biased ref. I find that chat so boring. Like, really, honestly, rolling my eyes type. Like, I'm just such a waste of my time to be talking about supposed biased referees and referees manipulating the game and match fixing and all the conspiracies. Officials will always get things wrong. They'll always get things right. So there's always going to be a bit of grey area, and that's always going to be the case. And if you don't understand that, and if you don't mentally prepare yourself for that, you're going to be pretty miserable, because that's just the reality. They are human. There's always going to be human error, and it's about making sure that we can try and reduce as much as possible, and that's where the laws come in, where we hopefully get laws which are as comprehensive and understandable as well as clear as possible, so that there is no ambiguity there. Bram says, you talk about they must change player behavior. That is a stupid plan. It's damn lottery whether it's a yellow, red, penalty, or nothing. How will you ever change tackles like that? Ridiculous. No, that's the whole point. Is to say, if you run in upright and there's head-on-head collision, if you run in with your shoulder and there's head-on-head collision, you will get carded. That's what the laws are. That's the whole point. Don't run upright. You have to go low. If you're tackling somebody from below the chest and you've wrapped your arms, you've got no risk of being yellow carded. Zero risk. If you're tackling below here and you've wrapped your arms, then you can't get a card. But if you go up, and you're looking at and you're making the hit above the chest, then your lottery in inverted commas comes down to the timing. So yes, if you get it right and you hit them in the chest and they go down, you're happy days. There's not much room here, is there? So you hit somebody here, for example, even sort of the neck area, you're in trouble, and that's why they want to take out this grey area, this chance of getting it wrong, and say go there. Because if you're aiming for below the chest and you get it slightly wrong, you're there. But if you're aiming for here and you get it wrong and you're making contact here, that's where you're going to get into trouble. And that's what they're trying to change, is to get people's defaults and people's initial tackle technique to go lower. So we are getting away from head-on-head contact. That is the whole point, and to get away from shoulder to head contact. So yeah, I don't think it is that much of a lottery. We're trying to get people to go lower. That's the plan. And therefore, if you go high, you run the risk of getting a yellow card and a red card. If you go low, you'll be fine. That's the concept. Monica says that the Creel tackle was showed 5 times in the replay, then there was problems. Well, to be fair, the TMO looked at it. The TMO can look at everything. So I'm sure, and the fact that there was a replay on our TVs, for example, it means that the TMO would have seen it as well. But then decided not to take action. Winston says, how good was Grant Williams looking? Can't wait to see him really tearing up the field throughout the rest of the Rugby World Cup. Yeah, I mean, that ankle tap from Finn Russell was so important. Can we just talk about how good Finn Russell's defense was? I mean, we're talking about one of the best attacking fly halves in the world who put in an absolute exhibition in defense. I've never, ever seen him defend that well. He was absolutely everywhere. I mean, I think he made about 8 or 9 tackles, but like, last man tackles, covering tackles, ankle taps. I mean, he's an absolute demon on defense. He's just the most complete fly half out there, isn't he? I think that's just the main thing we need to we just are talking about. Mana saying big screen replays influence the crowd, with the crowd also involved. Evan says Williams looks deadly attacked, just wish he chipped and chased. Needs to learn to solo support, will never catch up. Yeah, that's the problem when he's the quickest player in the field. The poor guys are like desperately trying to chase him, and he's just leaving them in their wake. So, yeah, look again. If it wasn't for the ankle tap, I think he could have gone all the way. It was a great tackle from Finn Russell. It was a great run from Grant Williams. But I actually don't think we're giving enough respect to how good that ankle tap was, because if he hadn't made that, it was try time. But yeah, I mean, he's just so exciting, isn't he? He gets half a space, and once he's in a bit of space, one-on-one, you're going to back him, aren't you? Because he's got that devastating pace. He's rounding wings. You know, that's the thing. He's leaving any backline player in his wake. He's the quickest player in the squad, I reckon. At the very least, with from an acceleration point, and that's Kruma's Reinhardt, who's absolutely rapid. You've got Kirkley, Oren, Sanchez, and Colby, who are absolutely rapid. Jesse Creel is not slow by any means, and they've all said that Grant Williams is just a different gravy when it comes to his sort of just acceleration and top speed. Absolutely mental how fast he is. My cousin says, looks like Bordeaux weather may be cool start out into the weekend, even possibility of afternoon showers on Sunday. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really plan on sitting and watching rugby in the rain on Sunday. I'm a little bit disappointed in that. The weather-wise, it doesn't look like it's going to be that cool. It does. Well, it's going to be that sort of mid to late 20s from what I've seen. We'll actually be able to do underground updates. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting weekend from a weather perspective. Hopefully we get some dry weather, because I think against Romania, obviously Ireland put 80 on them, and we'd like to do something similar. Very interested to see the team. By the way, my team prediction video will come out later today, and then we will have final confirmation of that team tomorrow evening when the team is announced. But yeah, in terms of other news, what do I want to talk about? Where are my articles here? So I saw a whole thing that there's an algorithm which has worked out who will win the World Cup. A whole statistical thing. And it has actually said that even despite last week Friday, New Zealand has a 33.5% chance of winning its 4th World Cup. The next most likely champions are South Africa, followed by France, and then Ireland. So I think that was actually before this weekend, though. So I don't know how much. It would be cool to see if that can change. If that changes because of the first weekend results, and whether that sort of still then obviously has the same sort of favorites and stuff. Problem with statistical analysis and stuff is that it just doesn't take into consideration the human element. There's always and how players can change in the day, scorelines change in the day, and how one small moment which you can't predict, a red card for example, a yellow card, an officiating error, a knock on or whatever can obviously be so influential in all these games. So yeah, you can always create a statistic, but there's always going to be that human element if you get it wrong. Mario says, my favorite part of the weekend, other than the box winning, were at memes about Rusty's light system. What are the odds? They mean next to nothing, and I'm just there to mess with analysts. Yeah, I mean, the only time we really saw the lights, we seemed to see a red light, and it was basically, well, we assumed they kind of go for polls, but I mean, they could definitely relay that message without the light. So, yeah, maybe it is a bit of just a bit of fun that they're having. Who do you think starts 10 this weekend? Will Mane be rested? I think Mane plays every single minute of the World Cup. I think that they need to build confidence into him. I think he needs to kick as many conversions and penalties and get his hands on the ball as much as possible. I don't think they would rest him at all. They could start David Williams at 10. I don't think so. I don't see why you would, to be honest. Maybe I'd rest Mane against Tonga if we got there. But as I said, for somebody who's so new into his international career, I'll be playing him as much as possible. You also don't necessarily need to have to rest certain players as much as others. Like Steven Kitsop, when your props, for example, I'd like to be resting those and some of your forwards. So I don't think he could play every minute of the tournament if he needed to, and I think he'd be okay. So yeah, Bram says no. You get a risk of getting concussion of your own if you go for the hip. That is why you aim for the chest, which goes up if done wrong, and you cannot go for legs in that split second. No, well that's the whole point. Just to get away from people going from the chest. That's literally the point. because you run the risk of then clotheslining people. We all played rugby. People all at tackle school. There's always certain things and tackle techniques. Sometimes people get it wrong, but we cannot be advocating for people to be hitting chest high tackles, because that is going to see people, head on head contact, shoulder to head contact, and that's the whole point. There were plenty of examples this weekend of very good tackles which weren't chest high and were around the waist and stuff. So that is, we're getting away from the sort of tackles. That's kind of the entire point of it. Josh says, don't you feel Ireland are very underrated at the moment? I don't really understand where that's coming from, hey? The fact that everyone's just sort of writing them off. I mean, they looked a bit sloppy for the first about 10 minutes on Saturday, and then kicked into gear and obviously put Romania to bed. And it's Romania, so it's difficult to sort of see what that really means for Ireland. They play against Tonga this weekend. I think it's on Saturday at 9 o'clock, so that'll be a little bit... probably get a bit of a better... idea of where they are. I'll be with you for that watch-along, by the way. So hopefully that will give us a better idea of exactly where Ireland are within their form and stuff like that, and temperament. At the end of the day, I expect Ireland to get through to the quarters very, very easily. And then it's about the monkey on the back, isn't it? Then it's about they've never gone past the quarters. Then it's about that whole mental, block of not being able to get into a semi-final. Sort of starts to come into play. So they're not an issue, and I think they'll very much know that they expect to breeze through to the quarters, and I'm sure they will. It's where they can pitch up for that quarterfinal and get the win over in New Zealand and France, which is not a small task. It wouldn't. I mean, and again, people will do it. Jeepers me, that's good. Just watching Quinton de Kock hitting his 6 down in Potchefstroom. People will say that they're choked. I don't think we can say that any of New Zealand, Ireland, South Africa, or France choked if they don't win the World Cup, because I think they're all four are very, very similar standards. I think it's about who pitches up on the day. If Ireland got to the final and lost to England, you could probably sit there and say, that's kind of a bit of a choke. They should never be losing to England in the final. And they shouldn't be. But I think when those four teams are going out to each other, I think it's about fair enough, to be honest. I think that they are that close with regards to the players, the ability, and stuff. So I don't think there's a lot of difference between those 4 teams. So, but again, at the end of the day, you got to beat who's in front of you, and that all comes sort of kicked into the quarters. But this weekend we've got some nice games. It's France versus Uruguay on Thursday. Cool to see Uruguay back in the mix. New Zealand versus Namibia on Friday. Samoa versus Chile on Saturday. Wales versus Portugal. Ireland versus Tonga. And then we've got some very nice games on Sunday with South Africa versus Romania, Australia versus Fiji, and England versus Japan. I'll be with you for 3 watch-alongs over the weekend, all coming from you live from Bordeaux, which is going to be fun. And we'll be doing live crossings and stuff on Sunday from Bordeaux at the SA versus Ireland, SA versus Romania game, which is going to be lots of fun as well. People are going to wrap up for the day there. In terms of videos to come, we've got a 5 things learned between France and New Zealand coming out later. We've got a round 1 team of the week coming out. We've also got a predicted lineup video, which should all be coming out. So we've got 3 to 4 videos coming out today. Then tomorrow we'll be live for the team announcement. We'll be live for this show. We will also have a 5 things learned from South Africa versus Scotland. Some other cool content coming out then as well. So if you have any questions, put them in the comments and we'll try and answer them tomorrow, for example. I'll try and join us in the next live show. We'll be live tomorrow at 1 o'clock, as usual, for the daily news catch-up. And we'll see you guys then. Please do smash the like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. And I will see you guys all very, very soon.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sport Fan Forum on a oh no, wait, it's not Thursday, it's Wednesday.
Wednesday.
And secondly, I'm the better version of Stevie P. Hey, here we are.
Wow. Imagine that.
Steve 2.0.
Just imagine that.
Imagine
I
that,
mean,
yeah. Yeah, guys. So as you can tell, we are a little bit earlier this week. I think we're getting ready for the Springbok game. We've got the team announcement, so we've got lots of books to talk about. But also Stevie and his brother are off to France, lucky bums. So they're getting all ready for that. So yeah, Stevie mentioned that he had something with his teeth, but boys, I think that was a little bit of a teeth whitening dental job there to get himself all ready for France.
Good for the camera.
fans are
But
looking
yeah,
for some attention down there.
yeah, but obviously, guys, first week of the World Cup done, so we got loads to get through. Of course, I mean, some interesting topics to talk about, which we'll get to. But I think not maybe one or two shockers to some people, but generally, I think a lot of form went the right way. But I think, yeah, I can't wait to get into it with you guys, and I think we'll start off with the weekend with the first games. Obviously, the opener. I don't know if it was probably a little bit of a damp squid after everything because, yeah, it ended up being a massive France victory there in the end, or quite a comfortable France victory after a very nice New Zealand start. I must admit, I kind of still was. I predicted New Zealand possibly winning, so I thought, there we go. There's the New Zealand arrived, and see you later, Frenchies. But no, the Frenchies are just really, really good. So, Riza, I'll start off with you, man. How did you feel the game go? How do you think the battles of the tens went specifically? How did you see it
Oh
going?
yeah, no, cool. I see this is targeted abuse here. And, everyone was probably wondering why I took such a break from the fan forum. Well, now you know, everyone. It's Chris and his abuse there all the way from England. But
Just
first,
stop having
first
shite
time back in a
opinions.
few months, so we have to ease you into it, So
yeah, look, if you want to talk about the Battle of the Tens, I don't actually think that there was much of a battle. To be very honest, I thought that. Richie and Jalibu, I think both of them actually had some decently quiet games for their levels. I think Jalibu had a couple maybe a couple moments that were really exceptional, but yeah, it was a weird one. I don't think it was really a game for the tens. I think that the class was shown elsewhere on the field. So I don't know if that answers your question. It may not be the one you were looking for. But if you want me to say that Richie Mo'unga is terrible, I will not be saying that. But yeah, no, it was okay. I would rate Richie's performance probably a 5-6 out of 10, and Jalibu maybe a 7.
yeah, but how did you? I mean, obviously, how did the game pan out for you? I mean, what were you also undercoverly thinking New Zealand were going to cause an upset there, or did the form lines just show that there was no ways that France were losing there?
Sure. I must say, I actually think that New Zealand probably didn't do themselves many favors there. I think that especially in that first half, they probably threw away a couple of chances and a couple of handling errors, and it was just all around kind of messy. And I think that if they had got their game plan together and just got a couple of hands together and stayed a bit more patient in that first half, in particular, I think that we might have seen a different result. But the French, to their credit, managed to hold them off for that first half and capitalized on the mistakes that New Zealand were making and came out firing in the second half with the ability that we all know that they have. So yeah, if you want my honest opinion, I think that France have done well to get that win, but I do think that New Zealand are much better than that.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think there's a lot more that should come from New Zealand. It would be very, very scary to still write them off. Where's I'll go to you? How do you feel the game went? What did you feel there was an impact with the 2-12s? It looked like Fofana had the better of the centers there. How did you feel the game went? Maybe not specific in the centers there, but how did it pan out there for you?
Yeah, I think everyone was a bit shocked potentially by that early New Zealand try. Everyone thought, okay, here we go. This is it. The All Blacks have turned up. They got their spanking from the Springboks a couple of weeks before, and now they're ready to go. But I think the French did immaculate game management and planning. So they knew that they weren't going to come up and meet the All Blacks up front from the go. They weren't going to try and match the energy. They were just going to keep in there with them, keep in with them, and then eventually when things opened up, then really open the floodgates. So I think that was really interesting to see how the French were able to manage the game from that perspective. Barring that sort of first try by the All Blacks, though, it just never really looked like they were that threatening. It didn't feel like an All Black team of old. However,
bloody Talea on the wing there is just an absolute machine and unstoppable, or just like is very Colby-esque, but like, you know, in the fact that he just doesn't go down. So I think, you know, he can do some damage this World Cup. We'll have to keep our eyes out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of those players that just looks so kind of maybe unorthodox in a way, because I was also watching him and it took him. He breaks almost every first tackle, almost, and he's only like a slight type of guy. You just don't expect it. It's like he's got like the superhuman kind of ability or strength, and he
I
gets.
may get shouted at. I may get shouted at for comparison, but when I look at him, I almost see like a Makazole Mapimpi kind of vibe, maybe a few years back, but.
Yeah, and I think these unorthodox wings, Peter Rousseau could have been one as well. You kind of lanky and you kind of some of these odd wings. They've got these different running styles. Maybe JJ
Engelbrecht. What about Kobus Reinach on the wing? He's like, I mean,
he's the best.
Chris?
Well, he's the best wing that we've ever produced. So, that's his dad. Or no, that's him. No, it's him. Yeah. But Ruudz, how you doing, mate? Yeah, I know. We had a comment to ask. Have the All Blacks lost their aura? Well, I'll leave that up to you, Ruudz. What do you think? Have the All Blacks lost their aura? Or where do you think they're going? How do you think the game went, and where do you think they're going in this World Cup?
Yeah, it's lovely to be on again, man. So for me, I saw a quote in the week that said the head coach of the All Blacks, Ian Foster, is consistent at being inconsistent. And I think that, for me, sums up the late generation of the All Blacks. I know we await Scott Robertson, the next All Black coach. He might obviously add some new dynamics. But for me, in this generation, I won't say I'm pleased, because it's always that sort of South Africa-New Zealand rivalry that you want to see that's intense. But if we judge on the last game, I know it was only a warm-up game, but the All Blacks were absolutely nowhere. And I think, to a degree, I want to say there's certain people in the New Zealand media, I guess, who sort of have this entitled denial for the moment. So every team goes through a dip. South Africa has been through many. And I think this is just the All Blacks' time to lap that up at the bottom of the barrel, so to say. Being in the bottom of the pecking order in as far as the top 4 teams to win the World Cup, they'd be fourth to be mentioned right now.
Yeah, man, Ruudz, I agree. I think New Zealand, they're in a downward trend, right? I think it is players. I mean, I speak to people, our friends, like, you look at that All Black team, let's be honest, guys, it doesn't seem it's not as imposing as these All Black teams of old, where you're just like, how on earth are we going to beat these guys? I think we look at these teams, we think we have a chance. And I'm going to throw it, I think Fozzie, the culture, leadership is so important in sports. And I think Fozzie, I don't like to criticize people's crap, because we don't really know, but I think the culture there is wrong. I don't think they got that old proper New Zealand culture going there. I think Robinson will turn that around, but do they have the cattle to turn it around with the players? That'll be something else to see. But the World Cup's still going, they're still in it. Who knows where they end up going? I think, let's move on to some other games of the weekend. We'll focus on the big ones. I think let's move maybe to old England, Argentina. Very, very, very interesting game. I'm sorry to the Argentina fanboys. Yes, Reza, put your head back there. And I think a lot of the panel were wearing their Argentina tops.
Yeah.
I think someone called England on the panel last week. I think that was me. But look, to be honest, guys, no one expected. No one expected. England did play better, but Argentina allowed them as well to absolutely play well. So, Reza, how did you see that game? What did you make of that one?
Oh, man. It was probably one of the most frustrating games of rugby I've watched in a very long time. And I don't usually get too invested in neutral games, so to speak. But, the RGs hold a very special place in my heart, ever since they kind of joined in with Sansa. And I really thought this was their time. I must be honest. I thought that, of all the picks that I made this weekend, barring maybe the Fiji pick, I was quite confident in this one. And I must give all my credit to George Ford. He took total control of that game in trying circumstances for England, with obviously the red card down. And it's, geez, what an effort by him to just game manage that and control it for his team. And I think the rest of the team kind of fed off that energy. You could see after that first drop kick went down, I think they were also in shock. They're like, okay, you know what, we can actually do this. There's a bit of self-belief there. So yeah, for me, all the credit to George Ford. I'm horribly shocked at the performance that the RGs put together. You know, they can moan as much as they want about some refereeing decisions or whatever the case is, but they know what to blame but themselves. They were impatient and very similar to the New Zealand team. A lot of handling errors. And they just, yeah, they didn't have the temperament to get themselves into a position to take control of that game.
Yeah, I heard. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm believing that the national anthems are getting totally butchered at the World Cup. And someone mentioned that Argentina's was also completely butchered. And they're a team, that Latin temperament we talk about, that they get all worked up in the anthem and they gets them really going. And apparently they're looking around at each other like, what's going on? And it could have put them off, you know, with that temperament we talk about. I'm not saying it did. They're professional sportsmen. It shouldn't. But someone noticed that they looked a little bit razzled, that they, you know, they didn't get to pump out how they would normally do it. I'm not making an excuse for them, but yeah, it was a very odd game. And George Ford, those skills of kicking those goals, people saying, was also, they were bloody good, good drop goals. Is Argentina still your second team? What's going on? What did you make of it?
I don't know when they were second team. Did I say that? Is that what I said?
I'm wrong, Wes. But yeah, how did you see that?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was the only Super Rugby pick I got wrong, which makes it hurt even more. So
okay, all right, no need to show off there.
I was just saying, you know, join the Forever Sports Super Rugby picks there. Links in the description. But no, it was tough, eh? I think, like Reza, disappointed is probably correct, and not like in a parental disappointed way, but in a like this was a moment for them to show the growth that they've had, and we just then resorted rather back to Argentina of old, you know, ill-disciplined, scrappy rugby, no real phase play. It was tough to watch, and I think in a way, like it was I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I was glad to see England playing better, as much as the whole world seems to not like England, for very good reasons sometimes. I think it was encouraging for the state of rugby, and just actually for those oaks as individuals, because they get absolutely roasted by their media, and I think it's a very toxic place to be an English sportsman. So I was happy that there might be some relief for them this week, and maybe even some praise, God forbid. But yeah, in terms of an Argentina performance, was very disappointed.
Yeah, well, that's the thing as well. Remember, I mean, even England, there wasn't so much on attack, was there? I saw some ridiculous stat that like they kicked 90% of their possession. It was just a very odd game of rugby. I don't know how much to really take on it. We'll get into some predictions later. I've got one that I will give for the England-Japan, so we'll take it there. But Ruudz, what did you read of that? A lot of people would pin in RGs to make it to the semis, great chance. Would they sneak into a final? What do you think happened there on the weekend, and where do you think they're going?
I think that was a defining game for Argentina. Obviously, they were backing themselves to be favourites against England, judging from the warm-ups. But then again, we saw that the warm-ups are just warm-ups. And I think Argentina, for the sake of it, also sometimes tend to be the French of old. Lately, I know they had a time where they beat the All Blacks, they beat the Springboks, but over the last sort of while, I don't think they have that same sort of rhythm that they used to. So then again, you spoke earlier about the passion. I think a lot of that sort of, when it goes missing in the game, they sort of fall apart. And then the leadership for me wasn't really evident. And then obviously the drop goals, you mentioned obviously earlier on, we were chatting on our WhatsApp group about Stephen Larkham's drop goals. Those sort of things you don't sort of plan. But I think England did. Argentina just didn't see England coming with that sort of plan, and they had no answer.
Yeah, no, it was quite surreal to watch. But yeah, I anticipate RGs will come back hard, come back good next game. I think we can write that one off. But then we possibly said that about New Zealand coming into the French game, and they showed the same form basically that they gave against us, right?
I mean, Chris, just to mention as well. I mean, I see Safri Kiwi in the comments there, getting some really good comments down there. But the one he mentions is Argentina also only had one warm-up game in Spain. And I mean, that's not preparation, right? I mean,
Yeah.
all the big nations have had some pretty extensive tests. I mean, we had our New Zealand game and the whole rugby championship basically as a warm-up to World Cup. And yeah, it's quite disappointing for Argentina that they weren't able to secure themselves the fixtures that they maybe needed to get them over the line.
I think that is a biggie, and I think the story even plays back to speaking about the Fijians, the Fajua, and the prep that they've had in the Super Rugby, and then the Jaguars for Argentina. When the players have that hard and weekend, you build that standard. Your body, your mind is I fully believe that as a professional sportsman, right?
Yeah.
And if you start getting less and less, that does toward the win. And you come to the big time, unfortunately, you're caught cold sometimes,
Yeah.
and that looks
And
like
I think
what's happened.
Last thing, Chris, if we can just, and I'm sure we'll talk about it because this was a big theme of this weekend, but obviously Tom Curry going off, and I think we can chat about that after we've spoken about the other ones there. But Tom Curry's a red card, and it is a concerning issue for England because they do seem to play better when they are a man down, which
they're so used to it. So.
Yeah, well, I know, but it's so weird. It just seems to kick them into this different gear. So, but you don't want to become reliant on that all of a sudden you actually need a card to play well. It does seem to kind of rally them a bit, which was, so that's my thing. Well, we can talk about Tom Curry's decision and as well as then, the other two head contacts, the Chilean captain Sigrin, and then obviously Jesse Kriel, but we'll chat about that a bit later.
Yeah, sure. We'll just finish up these weekend games. So Safriki, thank you for everyone who's online and watching us today. Safri Kiwi. Well, it looks like they've got a multinational multi-support. Yeah,
Safri Kiwi's comment.
Yeah.
There's going to be a long show because we need like an hour to talk about the Bok team. You're in for a treat, my friend.
Yeah, and also that Talia is also a Safri. Maybe this is Mark Talia. Is this you, Mark Talia? Because he says Talia is half Safri and half New Zealand as well. So maybe Talia's trolling us, because he also says New Zealand can still win it. To be honest, it's definitely Mark Talia giving us a bit of a troll. But yeah, you're right there. You can't write off.
That's my boy.
You can't. I mean, Forms is going to say that New Zealand aren't in this World Cup. They were still favourites pre-opener, right? I think maybe France just came in, but it really has opened it up quite a lot. And also, Mario, thanks for your comments. All. She says Razor isn't going to make a difference. I disagree there. I think Razor is going to make a difference. I think we're going to see a better All Black side, a top 3 international side again, because they do have the players, and when they have it's just strange in New Zealand. They always used to say their third team could basically beat everyone, right? But now they really need their top players. But
hello, everybody. Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Just quickly before we move on to the books and controversies of the weekend, any other games? I think Wales-Fiji is worth touching on, right? I think that was probably the game of the weekend. I don't know what you guys want to have a quick run around, but yeah, I again called Wales. I just think Wales, when they're up, I think that Munce was too big of a loss for Fiji. And I also think Wales, I know Fiji came back, but let's be honest, Wales were probably checking out already when they know they shouldn't have. But I don't know, what's your guys' thoughts? Did you think Fiji should have deserved to hold on that ball at the end there, Reza, and get over and break Wales' hearts and get everyone excited?
I think that the fact that they had to be in that position in the first place, where there's a desperate play right at the end, speaks a lot about the fact that, and to be very honest, I think they're a better team. And I think that they, going on the potential that they've been showing, they probably should never have been in that position in the first place. I mean, that team is pretty poor, that Wales team. It is poor. There's no other way about it. And, you know, as much as Fiji perhaps don't have the same level of pedigree behind them, it's quite, yeah, I think that they probably, like the point I'm getting to is that they put themselves in that position at the end, Fiji. And so unfortunately they can't complain that the rub of the green didn't quite go their way. Yeah, I hope to see better out of them though. But it's encouraging that they at least showed the fight right to the end.
Yeah, no, totally. I'll get your thoughts as well. See, Barry, for you, do you think Fiji can beat us? We're going to do some predictions later in the show, so we'll do some round robins of what we think. But while you speak, I'm going to put my camera off and put some lights on because this professional presenter just needs to get out of this dark room. So yeah, give us your thoughts on Wales and Fiji, and I'll be right back.
No, see you in a bit, Chris. Yeah, I think for me, guys, so I had the privilege of being able to sort of do the watch along for that game, and so that was a lot of fun. I mean, that was the best watch along I've had because it was just action packed the whole game through. There was never a quiet moment, and I hear what you're saying, Reese, but I think we don't like to talk about the officials and the refs, but I think there was maybe this comes in the controversy later on, but if you look at how many warnings Wales got down in their 22, on a line, cynical infringements, like if you're offside, slowing down the ball on a 5 meter, that's a cynical infringement. It's the same thing as collapsing a maul, so it's very similar to that. And then the Fijians go down and they commit one infringement and they get a yellow card. And this was not the only case. It was just the most blatant, of time where we saw it. So I
didn't have the privilege of watching as much of the game as you did. Do you think that it's more? I mean, did they have despite the decisions that went against them? Do you think that they should have closed it out? I guess that's more where I was heading with it.
Yeah, I think for Fiji to be able to come back into that position, given the numerous calls made against them, or calls that didn't go their way, I think is really impressive, and it speaks more about the Fijian like temperament. I'm going to use that word a lot this week. Where the Fiji of old might have just gotten a bit emotional and dropped their heads and got out the game and reverted to the old. But we saw this, what I've been talking about, this more consistent Fiji where they're making the right decision more often than not. And for me, that's what makes a good team and even a great team, is how often can you make the correct decision? You can't make the correct decision every time. The teams will make the wrong decision. Players will make the wrong decision. You're going to need a moment. But the Fiji now we see are making the smart high rugby IQ decisions, which I think is really impressive. And so I still see them with a chance in this to qualify.
Yeah, and Ruudz, I don't know what you feel as well. Are you also, there was high optimism with Fiji, right? And they ended up feeling like giving them Wales a good game. How do you feel went from? Do you think they obviously were outdone by it? Do you think they possibly should have won? Again, how do you see them rolling out the rest? Do you think I know we will do predictions, but how do you see them rolling out against Australia?
Yeah, I agree with Wes when he says Fiji have got obviously a new structure to them. They're not only the flair, they've got the brains. I just think it's an uphill battle now against Australia. So they were looking to set a platform and at least challenge for second spot in the group. I think overcoming Eddie Jones might be a step too far. I don't think there's reason we can't believe and hope, but I think we're going to be living on a hope with that one. The Wales game was there for the taking, and I think in the last moment it was just the rub of the ball, the moisture, and just unlucky for Fiji there. The question would remain, though, if they did score their try, would they have kicked the kick over? So it wasn't a guarantee, it was an opportunity, but I think the Australia game is just a slight push too far, although I'd love to see some more exciting rugby from Fiji.
Yeah, but Fiji are fun to watch, aren't they? And now they have improved some of the kind of basics, you want to call it, discipline and structures of the game. They are even more interesting to watch. I'm not going to touch on any other games. Well, we'll go to the books next. But any other games besides the books, you guys have any comments on? You want to say anything?
Just very briefly,
how Ireland ran, or yeah. No.
Go ahead, Wes. Yeah, all yours.
Shot free. No, I was just going to compliment the Chileans on having what I thought was a great start to their Rugby World Cup. or their debut, you know. So I mean, they did get put down quite heavily towards the end there. However, they came out and just again the level of rugby they demonstrated and played. I mean, to be on such a big stage in their first game, I thought it was it was fantastic to see the Chileans coming out and having another new side in a Rugby World Cup. So yeah, my hats off to them.
Yeah, and also for the minnows bet for sorry, Ariza.
I think, sorry, my only other game of note was probably obviously the Ireland game. I think great to see Johnny Sexton back. I don't think anyone needs to read too much about it. He obviously had quite a performance there, but it is quite a poor Romania side. But I do wonder, I suppose we'll get into when we do our predictions, whether having the softer game first is a benefit or hindrance. We've gotten over one of our big ones first in Scotland, which we'll get into in a second. I feel that stands us in better stead going into the rest of our group, that we've overcome one of our challenges already. For them, their tournament hasn't really started yet.
Yeah. I was just going to say, in terms of the minnows, it was quite exciting. And if you were a betting man and actually were brave enough to bet it, the Chileans scoring first and the Romanians scoring first, if you put that in a double, we could have all packed up or quit and join Wednesday in Botswana and our own safari lodge. But yeah, it was quite exciting to see the guys, start off that well, but obviously it is, let's face it, men versus boys at the end of the day. I did enjoy Chile's endeavor. I did. They gave Japan a hard game. They had to really fight their way into that game, didn't they? All right, guys, I'm going to quickly do the betting segment brought by BOYLESPORTS. Myself truly. We've been ticking along nicely on the show. I'll just bring in the slide as we usually do. So yeah, again, we had another nice week last week. 2 winners that I gave out last week. We had the France versus New Zealand second half higher scoring. That ended up winning kind of comfortably-ish, but yeah, it won, so it was good. Take it home. And Georgia's last try at the end, they also brought in this bet. But a win's a win, and we move on. We move forward. Yeah. And we on to 17 wins, 10 losses on the win-loss record. We edging up to 20 units on this since we started the segment, and we had to operate in a lovely 54% return on investment. Take that any day. You're doing well. Let's say if you're 20%, you're doing really well. So take that. Because we're early in the week, I wanted to see more teams, and the early games are too much of a mismatch and too many big caps going on there for me to get too much involved yet at the moment. But yeah, there it is. I'm saying that the cap is 22.5 for Japan against England. I just think England almost could be a false positive, that Argentina game. I think Japan should give this England team a decent run. I'll be surprised if England do run away from Japan. So I would have probably capped this around 15. So we'll give out one punt. We'll add this to the record. We'll do Japan plus 22.5. I think that's a couple points too much. So we'll see how we do with that again next week. So now we'll move on to the books. I think before we get to next week in the team, let's go through the game. Let's talk about South Africa versus Scotland, right? I mean, was it 15 points at the end? Victory, a couple of points higher than what the bookies were thinking. Restricting Scotland to 3. Yeah, sure, great defense, but I think Scotland also didn't do themselves any favors at times as well. So is it a dominant book performance that everyone is happy with, or do we think that there are still some issue there? Scotland didn't arrive, and there's possibly still some weaknesses, if you want to call it, that possibly teams could expose, or are we happy? Riza, how are you feeling? Where do you think that how do you think that went, and where does that leave us?
So I was fortunate enough to obviously be in our live fan park, and it was. I interviewed a couple of people, and obviously they were quite festive and enjoying themselves. But so the enthusiasm and the confidence for the books was quite high, and I couldn't help but think to myself while I was doing those interviews that I'm not entirely sure that I'm actually happy with the way that they closed out that game. I was hoping that we would come away with the bonus point there. I think we had just over 23 minutes or something like that in which to get that third try. And it was maybe slightly concerning if I had to really be nitpicky about the performance. that they weren't able to create really many chances in that last quarter to kind of do that. I was hoping that they'd push a bit harder for it. From a defensive point of view, an incredible performance, and it's the kind of thing that we've come to expect from the Boks in the last, I'd say, 4 or 5 years, pre-2019. So it's very solid. I think we take it. We don't moan too much. I hope that bonus point doesn't come back to haunt us. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with it though. I liked the composure shown. I think perhaps if I had to pick apart an area of concern for me was maybe in the centers. Dialendi and Kriel didn't quite ever look like they were threatening much, in my opinion. And I think that's probably one of the areas of concern.
Yeah, I could possibly agree. Ruudz, I'm going to come into your beloved Boks. I think you're predicting a 52-60 point win. I'm only kidding. I know you're expecting or hoping a nice big Bok win there. I thought it would be closer, so it was probably about right. But I mean, we can't ever really be disappointed. We shut an international team down to 3 points. But how do you feel, Ruudz? How do you feel the game went?
So for me, obviously, the first half was a very tight affair. I think that the Springboks were still getting into gear. I think once those traffic lights start working in the second half, the guys started to also get their peripheral vision going. But no, I think for the sake of individual players, there were some standouts. Collectively, I think we still got to put it all together. It will be interesting to see post-Romania, obviously, we're going to touch on that, but what sort of team they want to put together for the Ireland game, because there were some concerns in areas. I think our defence is solid. I think Ireland's going to battle with that, any team for that matter, and I think we just overpowered Scotland in that game in the second half. So our bomb squad is still relevant. I know Reza mentioned now the centres were a problem. I want to agree with him and also say that I'm not sure if it was an instruction to get the ball to Delende and he go route one again. But I think that route one is 2019 and we've moved on from there. So I'd possibly like to see a switch in the centres. And then the last cause for concern, I know I've mentioned it before. I've forgiven him. He's an amazing player and we need him at fly-off. But I think the indication with Faf de Klerk being on the bench for this Romania game might be an indication that they want to take the kicking duties away from Mani Lebok for the Ireland game so that he can focus on doing what he does absolutely best and give those duties to Faf de Klerk. That's my opinion. But great win. I think it puts us in a good place, but there's still a lot of work to do.
Sorry, Chrissy. I just want to just quickly. I think that I'm getting hacked in the comments here. But but I just want to be very clear. I am very much saying that my problem with the centres at the moment is that as a combination, they're not creating a lot of opportunities. Dialendi will always go forward. Everyone knows that. But whether that really moves and creates opportunities for the players outside him all the time is not always the case. And so, if he's creating that space and there's a game plan post those crash balls, sure, no problem. But I do agree with everyone. On defense, they were fantastic, which is exactly what we've come to expect. But I think that you go Moody, you go Esterhuizen, I think they've been creating a lot more opportunities than the Dialendi Kriel combo.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Well, that's what I want to ask. So if you had to pick a team, say we play in Ireland next week, Ruudz and Reza, who's your center combination then? Ruudz
Ireland.
or Reza?
No.
Who's
Can we leave that
12
one
and
to Wes?
13? Where's Ruudz? Do you want to do? Have you did mention the center combination? Would you change them? Who, and if you did, who would you? Would you bring in Esterhuizen? If Moody was
So
available,
for
would you
me,
bring in Moody?
yeah, I like the
DW
Esterhuizen
at 12?
because I think he's got that ability with his physical. He's got that ability with his physical prowess to go forward, but also he's got the soft hands. So that's going to allow the opportunities for Kane and Moody outside and Kurtley Orange. So possibly Esterhuizen at 12 at least.
All right, and Camp Creel still at 13, yeah. All right, Wes, on to you, my man. How do you feel it went? Obviously, guys have made their comments. How did that go for you?
Yeah, I mean, I was proper nervous at the end of the first half. Was it, I think 6-3 we went in, and I think we came out hard in that first 20 minutes, and we were looking good. And I think, you know, we looked like we had showed up to play, and we were playing some good rugby, and we were attacking with pace. And Scotland were there matching us, you know, bit for bit, and we just couldn't quite crack through. And then our scrum started to struggle. I mean, I had to
Yeah,
pinch myself and check what reality I was in, and you know, in Doctor Strange and the multiverse, whatever was going on. I had to
was so
work
weird.
out where I was, because it was just so odd. And so yeah, I went into the half not feeling great. You know, still obviously I think backing the boys, believing we could win, but I was a bit concerned. And then second half came in, and again we came out with that intensity. And I think it was a combination of that, our fitness potentially, as well as then the bomb squad, as Rudy mentioned. And I mean, Ox Mganami came on, and Trevor. So, you know, I mean, and they just said, right, we got this, and the Scots couldn't hang with those three, which is interesting, because they I think were the starting front row not so long ago. I know there's been injuries and a bit of this and that, but they were the choice front row. So I wonder if we might see a shift there, or because they were so effective off the bench, do they remain part of the bomb squad and then to have that effect? And once we started getting sorry, Chris, which is the last thing, once we started getting our forward momentum and our scrums, and we started winning that, then things opened up for us. And I'll touch on the center stuff lastly. Yeah, I do think, like, if we played Ireland, I probably would choose Damien and Jesse. I think that despite them not creating opportunities or potentially being as go forward as an Esterhuizen and Moody combination, we still managed to beat a good team, the 5th ranked team in the world, by 15 points. And so we can create opportunities elsewhere. Obviously, ideal if we use the centers to make better ground, but I think given their defensive structure and the fact that we can still exploit teams elsewhere, I'd probably back those two. It'll be very interesting to see this weekend.
Yeah, well, guys, all I mean about the bomb squad, right? I mean, it's all about the last 20 minutes, and it has been for the Boks for a long time, but the last 20 minutes was one of the worst 20 minutes of international rugby I've seen in a long time. But both sides, there were mistakes, given away penalties, mistakes all across the park. I thought we got those 2 tries. We were going to kick on. I thought we were going to kick on and score another 2 tries, and we didn't do it. The bomb squad didn't. I mean, we regained control of the forwards. That was what we had to do, number one for sure. But we didn't. We didn't run it. We didn't kind of. I thought we would take it away from them, and I don't know if you guys feel is that something to worry about again, or is it one test, one next, that test done in the bag, and we move forward, and the bomb squad does its job again next time out? Reza, what do you think?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, people forget that we are pundits. We are there to pick apart the good and the bad. And while we are saying that it would have been, and I mean, I fully agree with you, it would have been absolutely great to see them kick on. We also understand the rigors of professional rugby, and it's not a bad Scotland team. And I'm sure that they will, if Rassie and Jacques are sitting there in the dugout having a cup and said, "Hey guys, fantastic game. That was like a little bit concerned about this," because they always have something to work on, and that's all we're saying is that if you've got to pick something that they probably should have done better, is maybe just close the game out completely. And there was a target, a tangible milestone in that bonus point that was very much within their reach that they weren't able to get. So if they were looking at something to improve on, I think that would be the thing for them.
Yeah, that was what I thought, that the first half would have bothered us a lot, and we would have come out with a massive bean up on it and a kind of a point to prove. Even though we were kind of we didn't look like losing. That's really, okay. We'll talk about the card. Would have a Creel red card affected the game? I don't know. We can talk about that later. But I was a little bit disappointed. I would have liked to have seen us squeeze the life out of Scotland and at least get another try, But both teams are making the mistakes, and the turnovers were coming, but yeah, that's how it was. But let's move on to the weekend, and let's actually start. The book squad was announced today. Very,
Chris,
very
I just
interesting.
can I add something there?
Yeah, sure, go from it, man. Yeah.
I think on a serious note, the loss of Eben Etzebeth early on also flattened us a little bit. We didn't anticipate losing such a leader and an aggressive man, always attacking the gain line, cleaning the rucks. So I think that definitely influenced things in a way. And then on a lighter note, just coming back to the fly-off, I heard someone say that if you know how to Tokyo drift, then parallel parking shouldn't be a problem. So that's just for Mani Lebok and just a bit of fun.
Never heard that one
I
before,
like that,
but I did
Ruudz.
like
I
it.
like
Yeah,
that,
good
Ruudz.
one,
Yeah.
Ruudz. You picked your moment there and you delivered. I appreciated that one. But just on the book, and I'm not I know we've had our conversation, but look, I am a Lebok man. You guys know this, and we can bang on about his kicking, but when that boy needs to kick 3 points in a big game, he's gonna put it over, right? I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. Let him do his razzmatazz and his no looks, and he's gonna kick backwards with his bum or something. Let him do it all, and we'll be fine. So he'll be fine. Let's back him. So
I mean, if you heard Sia Khaleesi's I mean, it was all over the
Press
internet
conference.
about how he defend Mani. He makes a very good points. It's just like, he does everything else in the game almost to perfection. And just because it's such a visceral thing, kicking, that you see quite clearly that it's quite a target on his back, unfortunately. But I think he needs to get the benefit of the doubt. He's really been playing fantastically well. He'll fix that. He'll fix it. Sure.
I agree. He can kick.
Sure.
Yes, it's not the averages we want, right? Just sorry, Wes, did you want to say something?
No.
Oh, sorry, mate. Cool. Sorry. Yeah, guys, let's go onto the team. I would say we got some changes there. I think Ruudz, I'll start with you, mate. I don't know what you feel with we also quite very interesting with the scrum offs. Everyone was like, why the hell do we have 4 scrum offs in the squad? Well, here we go, boys. I think maybe the craziness has revealed itself. But Ruudz, I'll give you first stab here. What is your first impressions of the squad and how they're going to go against Romania? Obviously, we are anticipating a very comfortable win, aren't you? But what are your thoughts?
So for me, it's obviously a lot of changes. I think it's a squad rotation thing as well. I mean, it's not a normal thing to see 4 scrum offs in a starting 23. But I think the versatility of those scrum offs counts in our favor. So if things happen where we perhaps, I'm just, for example, saying we need to do a 7-1 split, where can those scrum offs fit in potentially on the wing like we see Grant Williams now? So what will also be interesting for me is to see which players from this match actually then stay behind and form part of the island game. We think of a guy like Jean Klein with so much Irish experience. Will he factor in, are these players just obviously rotating, as I mentioned? For me, South Africa are going to absolutely trample Romania. If I look at 1 to 23, there's experience, there's excitement. It's interesting, though, as I mentioned earlier, Damian Willemse at 10 with no Mani Lebok, who would then take over the kicking duties in the second half after Clerk. Do you then give him the opportunity in the island game to actually take that away from Mani Lebok? And as Riza mentioned, let him do what he does absolutely best,
Yeah, absolutely. And just a quick one. I mean, I think the bookies again are saying a 70-point win. Is this change team, considering Ireland with a full strength team beat them by 70 odd, just under 80? So with 10 more points, do you think this team goes past 70 points margin over Romania, this team we put out? Or do you think that the combos are just too fresh and too unknown, and maybe it's going to be a bit closer than that? What do you think, Ruudz?
I think for me, the South African bomb squad again in the second half will be just too much for Romania. I think we've played them on one occasion, and I don't think they're going to enjoy the second time playing against us. It just wears off on you, like they mentioned. It's a slow poison, and I think there's still enough in the back line to be dynamic enough to score 10 tries at least.
Yeah. And Riza, any surprises? Yeah, I think we probably were absolutely expecting a change team, weren't we? I'm not so sure about some of the combos. I mean, obviously Reina holds the dirt trackers together. Of course he does.
Okay, all
Always
right.
has.
Okay.
He always has. Even and then
Yeah,
this one.
Chris.
And what do you think? I mean, well, Grant Williams is there on the wing, and I think that's a big reason why there possibly were 4 scrum halves, right? So what do you make of the team?
I actually think probably my biggest issue here is actually with the bench, perhaps. I'm reading there's 2 things that I'm reading into here. I see Kobus starting at scrummy. I see Jaden on the bench. And it tells us a lot, maybe it doesn't tell us a lot about which one of them's higher in the pecking order. And with Grant on the wing, it tells me nothing. I really don't know who is in the mind of the Springbok coaching staff, as if they were to choose a second scrummy to start, who's it going to be? And I mean, going off this, you would think that they're trying to give Kobus time in that role. And really, it's Jaden and Grant that probably need it most. But having said this, that's the one concern I have. I don't think there's anything wrong with what they've done, but it's they've obviously got a plan, and maybe we're just not privy to it. The other thing is obviously Damien at 10. I would have liked to have seen, I'm sure Ruudz will agree with me, maybe even Wes, is that Mani I would have liked to have seen him still get some time here. I think that he's riding a very high run of form at the moment, and he is a confidence player. And maybe he would have liked the opportunity to have a second half, maybe 30 minutes off the bench, to just kind of bang some kicks, express himself a little bit, and just kind of keep riding the form that he's in. So that's, if I was to be very picky about this, that's it. Oh, and Vincent Koch as well with the start there. After seeing the Trevor Bongi Ox combination, I thought that maybe they would have liked to give them again a sense of continuity, and maybe Vincent off the bench for the second half. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I still think that we probably put over 60 on them.
Yeah. Wes, so what obviously running on the back of those guys' comments, what do you feel? What do we make of Williams at 14? Because like you say, like it would have made more sense. That I agree with Reese's comments there. Give Williams a run at 9, and even Hendrickson could have got it. But what are you going to do with Hendrickson and Faf on the bench? I'm very interested to see what they want to do. Do you have any ideas what these coaches are thinking? Wes, what do you think's going on here?
No, I mean, if you start to try and get into the mindset of a man who unfollows everyone on Twitter except for the one team they're going to play for that week, you can lose yourself in the weeds. Before I get wrecked in the comments, I know it's X, but whatever. So no, I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's exciting. I think it's unknown. I think these guys are innovators, and I think with that comes risk, and it might not work or it might come off. Like with the 7-1, we've seen how they've deployed that, and it's worked in our favor this time. And so it'll be very interesting to see with their choices. Like again, these decisions I don't think are sprung on the guys. They're not. The guys don't find out who's starting where when we do, obviously the public. So there will be conversations with the team and saying, hey, okay, why don't we do this? They've run these combinations in practice. They've tried these, and clearly they've seen something. They think, hey, this could potentially work here. And they're thinking combinations down the line. I mean, what if, touch wood, everyone find some wood right now and touch it, because what if Lebok does go down and is ruled out the rest of the World Cup, and Pollard's not there, blah, blah, blah. Like, what about all that? Then Willems is going to need to slot in at 10. So let's get him in there with as much time as possible. So, look, this is going to be my first Bok watch-along, so I am super excited and very privileged to have this opportunity, which I can't wait to do. So I'm looking forward to...
No pressure. It's just 350,000 people.
Well, let them come, right? If you build it, they will come. Please come join us
exactly.
and watch the Boks dismantle Romania.
And Wes will bring the ladies, so it's up to 500 this weekend. Let's go, boys.
Stuff.
Yeah. No, but that's exciting, man. That's exciting for me. I'm looking forward for that for you, man. That's really, really going to be good. Yeah, so I mean, we're gonna do predictions, but while we're on the books, I mean, I think we all know the books are gonna win, right? Are we gonna do a round robin of predictions? Anyone fancy Romania on the weekend? Yeah.
Okay,
No, no.
that's just a waste of fan forum time, Chris. Really.
Yeah, but what
That's
margins
what
are
I
we going
thought.
by? Because I think you guys
That's
brought
what
up
I
a good
thought.
point about like, you know, it was a full island strength team who got then about just 70 odd or just over 70. So what do we think for margins? Do we think, as you said, Chris, it was a good point, because this is a new combination, fresh combination side. Can we put 40, 50 plus, or will it be a bit scrappy and maybe a 20 plus game?
I think if you're looking at 40, 50 plus, just to jump in there, Chris, I think
Yeah, go
that
for it.
is a scrappy game. I think that is a scrappy game. I think a
Okay.
good performance is 60 points plus. I think a scrappy game is 40 to 50 points.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Ruudz, I don't know if you want to add anything there. I think 70 points is about right. I think maybe we'll be just short. I don't know. It'll be the second half, won't it? It's a lot about the second half with these minnow teams, of how much they got left to hang on there, Ruudz. But I know you said, yeah, you
Yeah,
think
I'm going with South Africa 77. That's 11 tries, but only 8
all
conversions. So the final score 71. Romania are going to get 1 consolation try, so 71-5.
all right.
So,
Yeah.
you get that right. I'll buy you a bottle of whatever it is that you drink, buddy.
Well, let's actually, while we
And then I say Romania to score a try. I think we're going to give them a try in the 80th minute, just because we don't want them to Romania.
Oh, gee, Ruudz is so full of it, eh? So full of it this evening, eh? Nice, Ruudz. Yeah, well, actually, we'll say we want to talk on to contribute. What quite a big talking point of the weekend was the cards, right, and the decisions, and we've gone through this many times. I think we all agree that we want to protect the players and we should protect the players. So there's all these rules in to do that. We also don't always want to criticize the referees, but they brought in to man this, right? And they've been heavily criticized when they've had to make decisions on the field. So in brings the bunker system, and we think that's all going to sort it out. However, we've almost got 3 identical collisions and 3 completely different outcomes, guys. It is not, I don't think it's acceptable. I'm not going to put it on the refs because we are humans, but it's not working, right? I'll start with you, Riza. What are your thoughts on those collisions for one, and the decisions that were made, and what do you think actually, where do we go from here? Do we have to just ride this out and hope it improves, or do we change? Do we have to simplify it? What do you think?
I do feel for the refs in this case quite a bit, because the card situation is actually quite ambiguous. The punishments, though, for cards that are, well, let's go first with play that is dangerous. That is the one reason for citation, and 2 is contact with the head, right? And so you can have a reckless play, and contact with the head is there after a aggravating factor. In fact, when you're looking at penalties over and above cards, because I don't want to go too much into the cards, I'll let one of the other boys do that. But those scenarios where they look into in post game, there's been no consistency at all. It says there that they should get, I think it's a minimum, a mid-level is a minimum 6 game ban. And we saw even before the World Cup started that simply just isn't happening. There's a whole bunch of reasons that they're offering up as, this is mitigation, and this is aggravation, and this is we're just keeping quiet on it. This is just the punishment we're giving out, and no one seems to know what the standard is that they're working off anymore. And I find myself very frustrated at what's going on. And you know what, if it had been consistent throughout, and even the Creole card, if it had been consistent throughout and he was given a card for it, I'd be sitting here going, yeah, no lacquer, shut 100%, we move on. But that isn't the case. And so you can understand other nations, when it goes against them, are rightfully up in arms at the moment.
Yeah, Wes, I'll move on to you because I know you wanted to comment to the Creole. Let's talk about the Creole. I mean, I think, do you feel that what should have that outcome have been? What do you feel it should have been? I know it wasn't. It was obviously not even looked at. Do we even know if it's cited as well? But secondly, also, I mean, yeah, what do you feel? Because for me, how come us as the public can see it and go, okay, that's that's obvious. Why are we as non-professional referees not getting paid to make decisions? Seemingly can make the decision. Like, what do you think is going on? It's the same for VR in football, right? You see some very dubious and weird contentious. So we just brought more human error. Let's add on some more human error and let's be happy with two wrongs make a right. Like it's very odd. What do you think there, Wes? What first with the Krill incident and all of it? What do you feel?
Yeah, it's a really tricky one, but I'm going to just try keep it as simple as I can. So we saw obviously Tom Curry with a sort of upright in the tackle, head-on-head contact, no real mitigation, got the yellow card, which I think is definitely the correct call, to the bunker for the review, and I think the ref made the right call there. Fine, and then you go to the TMOs, and again they judged that there were no mitigation factors, and so that could be upgraded to a red. And I think it's a harsh call, but I think it's a strict or a reading of the laws, like as they are. This is what it is, and it's a red card. So I think you can't be too cross with that, because you can go, okay, I can see how they got there, so I get it. But then you had Martin Sigrin, the captain for the Chilean side, doing almost the exact same thing as Tom Curry, and got a yellow card, got reviewed. So cool, the ref did the right call there. But then it goes to the bunker system, and it's deemed that it's going to remain a yellow. So all of a sudden you're thinking, wait a second, how can that be? If you look at them side by side, I think it's almost the exact, like, identical tackle. So for public, I think what the players are after as well, what I think they're desperate for, is give us the reasons why. So you said there's no mitigation, but then why was this one? What's different? Show us the difference. It's like the office meme where Pam says, corporates asked us to pick out the two, spot the difference between these images, and there isn't one. It's like we need to know what's going on. And then Jesse Creel, again, the ref, I'm not going to blame the ref because there's so much going on in a game. They've missed it. But this comes to the TMO. I mean, we've seen, this is the most involved, I think, TMOs and VAR and bunkers and whatever's been involved. So how do you miss that? Is it the directors, the TV directors? Again, I don't know how it all works in the operation room, but surely someone saw it. Well, clearly someone did see it, because the ITV commentary team would not shut up about it. And again, rightly so, because if it was happening to us, we would be, I can tell you there, Nas Twitter would be absolutely fuming in the SuperSport studio. I mean, it would just be unbelievable. So again, it comes down to that. We just want consistency as players, as fans, as sportsmen and women. You want consistency. And what that breeds, I think, is actually then safer conduct. Because if players don't know what they can and can't do, then you have this sort of weird gray zone. So,
Yeah,
Well,
totally
I
agree.
mean, the one thing you can't do is have contact with the head. It's just about what is the correct punishment for differing severities of,
Sorry, I'm there with you, and I agree. Yeah. I think if I was to look at all those situations, I think all of those are red cards. Looking at a strict interpretation of the rules, I think they're all red.
Yeah, I agree with where they are today, right? But say this whole head thing. But guys, you've got to remember, we play in rugby, yeah, right? We've all played the game. Head contacts happens in every single game, no matter what, if it's intentional or not, it happens, right? I know so let's go to you, Ruudz. So that's what I'm saying. Do you think the onus is much more on the players, because it is happening in every game? I mean, do you, in a rugby high-speed collision, when you got split seconds to make a decision, and the head contact is going to happen no matter what, is it still on the onus on the players, or do they actually, is that the mitigation? We say maybe it is lowered, because we are seeing red cards for what for me is accidental head contact that you can't prevent. And also, like Safriki makes a point, I was going to make it with you. Do you feel these refs need to be on loudspeakers on the stadiums, talking through the reasons and why they made a decision? So two questions there: how much of it is on the players to actually not have their head contact, and do you think that maybe refs actually being heard at the grounds, could that make a difference?
I think for me, the refs obviously have a tough job in as much as these sort of decisions. But in my opinion, it's like there's a sense of a frenzy or euphoria that's overcome the referees. They've been given a mandate, and all of a sudden they're making the decisions in that moment of frenzy, basically like from the worst possible scenario, that they'll go to that first. So they'll go. I know they talk about mitigating factors, but if I look at a referee, to explain my point, I think it's Wayne Barnes from England. He's always of the notion that obviously contact that's deemed foul play, he will start at the very bottom being a yellow card, and then at a point where it is a red, he'll make that decision. But I think for the moment, the mitigating factors are not really apparent to me. It's like frenzied decision based on moments where it's split seconds, where you have to decide you must now drop your angle and tackle, where the person who's attacking you's hip is much more likely to knock you out as well than your ability to perhaps stand up in the tackle, So sometimes I think the physical contact thing, we mustn't get away from the fundamentals of rugby and spoil it with these sort of nuances in the laws, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Can I?
If I, sorry.
Yeah, I think we've also.
Yeah, go guys.
Sorry,
Okay, you go first.
If I could just very quickly, I think that it's a bit of an aside to the card thing. It's just that the experiment that was had with the 20-minute red card rule and then replaced with another player was one that was quite interesting to me, because I feel like that takes pressure off a referee to make that red card. If they suspect it's within the definition of the rules, give the red card, because it doesn't totally ruin the game. It's 20 minutes off for that player, and then they're allowed to replace him afterwards with somebody else. I think that rule probably needs re-looking at. I think that there's some tweaking perhaps that needs to be made there, but I think that it takes the pressure off the referee to make those hard calls, especially when they're unsure. If their first instinct is it's within the rules, I think it's a red card, then give the damn card and let's move on with the game. But yeah, that's something to add to the conversation.
Add on that, Riza, it's like we want to see, or I would like to see, a scenario where the World Cup, there are more yellow cards. We don't want to see any red cards for that matter. And perhaps a scenario where if you build up 1 or 2 yellow cards, you suspend it for the next game. We're losing the basics of it by bringing in the red card bunker system, etc. I think it's complicating a scenario that could be quite simple. So in other words, let's just see more yellow and less red.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Ways, I think you wanted to also chime in some last comment there.
I mean, we could be here, and talk about this for about an hour by itself. But I think 2 things, and then I promise I won't say anything more about it. But I think one, I agree with you guys in terms of, and it was brought up in the comments as well on one of the watch-alongs this weekend. I don't agree with watching things in slow motion all the time. So I think you should use slow motion to identify where contact was made. So you use slow mo to see, okay, there is contact on the head. Cool. So we've got a head contact. Or if you're not sure, it's kind of like when in cricket, when the ball goes past the bat and it's kind of close, it's like, right, can we get ultra edge just to see? So you use slow motion just to see, okay, was there where contact was made? Then I think when referees and the TMO in the bunker or whatever they are, they then need to watch the incident in real time, not slowed down, because there's contact with the head. So you need to watch it at the time that the player had to adjust to the decision. And I think that will give them a more realistic understanding then of could the player realistically get out of position. I will just say though, for Creel, Curry and Sigrin, they were all bad tackles. They were all in the wrong position. They were never going to make effective tackles. They were all upright, high. That's a bad tackle. I don't know about you, Oaks. We say we all played rugby. I was never taught to tackle like that. They were all upright. Like it's just yeah.
But have you never gone into we've all at some point gone into guys a little bit shorter. The games we've all gone in high at some point, not deliberately. At some point, the angles of the tackle, what's happening. I'm not, you know what I mean. For me, my last shot, I just feel those type of incidents are at the moment, yes, red by letter of the law. Now all three were red. However, for me, some of these incidences are too strict. These rules are too strict for the incident. I think we need to strip it back a little bit. Some of those things are not red card offences. For my in a game of rugby, that's not a red card offence. But we are where we are, so that's my loss. So I think
if you talk about so I had two and I already said one. But I was going to talk about then if you say in the game of rugby. Because at the end of the day, and I know we hate saying this, but it is a game and people's lives need to carry on after rugby. And there's a real issue with CTE and head collision and concussion and brain damage. Like that's just it. And so if we want people to continue playing rugby and there's a massive fallout in the US of what's going on with football, American football, like parents are not wanting to put their kids into American football because of the CTE. So that sport, might crumble, might not crumble, but what we want to see is rugby preserved. And for me, the core of rugby is not making head contact. I know that's not what you're saying. The biggest tackles I've seen ever made in rugby have been good, low, strong, hard, positive tackles where the head's not even anywhere near the other person's head. So I'm all for the physicality in rugby.
Okay.
I'm 100% there with you, but I do think sorry.
I agree. So I think with the games, because this is kind of shifted in the last 5 years. So in saying that, I agree. So I'm totally agree if this embeds all players to be going low all the time, like it becomes this normal habit. But then I guess that's maybe where I'm missing the point. I'm going to see a different game of rugby, not the game of rugby I knew and watched and knew. And it's going to be, it's going to be a different-ish game, right? It's going to be more aerobic. What's the word they call it? So are we prepared to say goodbye to the game of rugby almost as we prepare, because we are changing the rules that much for the good of the person, maybe not the good of the game.
The maybe rules rugby, have changed. Maybe we 50-22, kicking it directly out into touch, line out, scrum, hold set. Rules have changed.
Chris, I've never looked at a game of rugby where there hasn't. I've never looked at a game where there hasn't been a high tackle and gone, geez, that was a pretty soft game. Like that's never crossed my mind once. Like rugby, when it's done properly, is still hard. It is still aggressive and physical and all of the above. And yeah, I think if this is the approach you want to take, then I'll send you the Owen Farrell highlight clip again, and you can have some dreams about that.
I'm not saying it. I'm saying it's a high-paced physical game. You're not going to get it out. I'm sorry. You guys might think if you want that, that's fine. There are going to be head contacts every single game, no matter if it's deliberate or not. Maybe the guy's trying to go low or not. It's going to happen. I promise you that. So every game you're going to watch the rest of your life, you'll see a head contact somewhere. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I'm just
handballs
saying that
the rules happen in football. Handballs happen in football in the penalty box. It's a card or whatever the case is, a penalty. So that's it, right? So that's against the rules, and if that happens, then there you go. Anyway,
I know, but we need to protect the players, and I totally agree. I just said just get them set up. No, because I was going to talk about headgear, right? But you're right. Go to NFL. These guys have state of the art helmets, and these guys, but they get properly slammed to the ground. So but I mean, you talk about this might be maybe people getting upset what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say we should go headbutt each other every game and get dementia. I'm just saying maybe there needs to be laws that everyone needs to wear proper state of the headgear. It's available. So why aren't rugby players putting on headgear if they can use it? Why would they?
No, because headgear has been proven to just be. It actually makes American footballers go in with worse tackles. Because they've got their headgear on, and it's been shown to not be a deterrent to terrible tackle technique. It's actually one of the worst things for it.
Yeah. Ruudz, you want to say something? Add one more last review. This has gone on 50 minutes. We thought it might do. I should have started it earlier. But yeah. Ruudz, you got anything else to add before we go into some quick fire predictions before we end the show?
I'm good, my brother. You fire ahead.
Yeah, all right, guys. Let's go to. Yeah, we've gone a little bit over. Apologize, guys, but I hope you guys
That's World
enjoyed
Cup.
that
It's World
theory.
Cup.
And
It's okay.
yeah. So
Oh,
we'll do
yeah.
predictions. Yeah, we'll all have a go. I think there's 8 games, so we'll all have a stab at 2. I will go first as the host because I'm allowed to make that decision. So, there we go. France by 50, New Zealand by 60. There we go, easy. And then we'll go around the table as we go with Ruudz first. Ruudz will take you to the next games, and that will be Samoa versus Chile and Wales versus Portugal. What's your Samoa-Chile prediction?
Samoa 38-12 against Chile, and then obviously, sorry, what's the other game? Portugal?
Wales, Portugal.
Sorry, Wales by 50 at least. So
Wales
53-3.
Wales by 50. Okay, the bookies have got them 30. So you thinking they got that very wrong? Then it's a heavy Wales victory. Yeah, I also think Wales should be putting them by 50 as well. Wes, we'll move on to you. Wes, we've got Ireland, Tonga. How do you see that going?
Yeah, I mean, we know the Tongans love the World Cup, and I remember when we played them last in the World Cup pool game. So, yeah, I think the Irish do come out on top. Obviously, I'm going to say Ireland by about 20 points. So, yeah, I'd say Ireland by 20.
Yeah, the bookies got there by 30, so it just shows you how it's these games that we not used to seeing, how it's hard to kind of match them, right? Even though we know it's going to be a dominant wins, but by how much,
Yeah, exactly.
And then, well, we've got you in the South African game. You did give it earlier. What's the margin in the South African game?
Yeah, I was
buddy, commit.
torn. I know. You boys are saying big margins, but I do think like maybe potentially some of the combinations could be new. But I think if you just look at how star-studded the backline is and the power of the forwards, so I'm gonna say South Africa. Yeah, South Africa by 65.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was leaning as well. Yeah. And Reza will put you on the probably the best, they're leaving the best games for last for us this weekend, really teasing us this weekend, even though they are big games, but they are going to be quite interesting to watch. Australia, Fiji. How do you see that one?
Oh
playing?
Man, you've given me sure. I'll tell you what, I want to go with Fiji. But I think that Australia probably takes some heart from that first win. And I think Fiji will be quite demoralized. So I'm going to go Aussies by 10.
Yeah, I like that. Also agree. I think Aussies will just be too much. I think they've grown. They would have taken out of that Georgia win, and I still think that if you want to call them tier 1, because I think Fiji might still even be above Australia. I haven't seen the last rankings, but I still think when it comes down to the crunch, at everything equal, to these teams at this level, the better the team wins, right? And then England, Japan, Riza, as I say, it's 22 points. I'm calling in England 10-15. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I actually think I'm going to go with an England by 20.
Ooh, close to the. Yeah, you think you build on that win against Oz? You saw enough there.
Yeah, I'm actually. It's more about the Japanese at this point. I think that they aren't actually playing the rugby that they should be at the moment. So yeah, I think it's more down to their performance.
Yeah, fair enough. It could be. We get on the bet. Yeah, I'm just gonna say I think it should be 15. So I'm taking the points there on the betting angle. But yeah, I agree with you there. I see some of the comments, guys. Yeah, Josh and Mario, they want us to talk about Marcus' injury. We didn't. I hadn't. I'll be honest. I have been busy all day. I hadn't picked up on that. Just before we end off, does anyone want to comment on it? How is he injured? What's going on there, guys? Because I don't know. So fill me in there as well. What's going on there?
We don't know, right? That's the issue. He's kind of gone off for scans and stuff for an undisclosed injury, so it's all being kept a bit hushed at the moment, which is not great.
I think the last headline I saw was that apparently it's being touted as minor, but what minor means, in the context of a World Cup is a minor could be 2 weeks out for something, so, and that's quite a lot. But yeah, look, I mean, keep. I'm sure Stevie P, he's going to keep us updated.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just keep following the channel, guys. You'll see it here as soon as we know anything. Yeah.
Just quickly, I'm interested. What did this happen in the game? I didn't see it. And what is the injury? Do we know what parts of the body? Do we not know anything at this stage?
I think it's something a knee, I believe. I think it's suspected ACL something.
All right. All right, guys, thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Brings us to the end. Now we're looking forward to another weekend of no matter who's playing, we love it. We always will. And yeah, thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Guys, please join into the boys. Stevie P will be in France. So exciting for them and for the channel. Loads of stuff going on around the channel. Give Wes support
France,
on
Uruguay
the
tomorrow
weekend.
night.
France, are you on? Or who's doing the watch along tomorrow? Is
Yeah,
it
I'm on
you,
Rudy's
tomorrow
doing
from
France,
8:30.
join Ruudz on the watch along tomorrow, and obviously across the channel there will be fan cams and pre-shows and Gees for the boys and
Don't
everyone.
forget to make your predictions and your super brew and your
Yeah, your
fantasy.
Super Brew.
Do all those
fancy
things
team.
and
Yeah, and
yeah,
thanks to
do
Boyle
all that good
Sports,
stuff.
our sponsors, to get you on board with us for this journey. If you fancy signing up, get a sign-up bonus with the link in the channel as well. But thank you everyone. Thanks for joining. And yeah, guys, we'll see you all soon. Cheers.
Thanks,
Right, guys.
Chrissy. Appreciate it. Cheers, guys.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It's exciting. It's week 2 of Rugby World Cup 2023. It's match day 9. It's the hosts France up against Uruguay. It's an exciting time. It's a Thursday evening. Before I do go any further, please do hit the like and subscribe to the channel. Share the link with your friends. Let's rugby together for this game, France against Uruguay. Remember as well, you could also become a Forever Sports member for $19.99 a month. And there's just such wonderful content all around, from press conferences, highlights packages, you name it. If it's rugby, it's on Forever Sports. It's an exciting time this evening for Uruguay, having previously featured, should I say, at 4 World Cups. This is their debut, obviously, in this group. So they'll be looking to make their South America proud, or the continent of South America. Obviously, Argentina, the giants there. But Uruguay putting their name in the hat to say we are and we're proud to represent our country at this Rugby World Cup. The head coach, Esteban Meneses, has put his 23 out. We'll go through them a little bit later. But for now, it's France, and it's almost a scenario where you guys can give me a score prediction for this game. France to win, do you think so? And then by how much? Drop your comments in the section and tell us what your score is going to be for this game. I'm just taking a look at the comments here earlier on. Glenn Bilakazi asks, who do you want us to face at the quarterfinals? I'm taking it you're referring to South Africa. And at the moment, it looks like it's going to be New Zealand, whether we like it or not. So Glenn, we're going to go to the All Blacks. We're going to overcome them. We're going to move on and bring them Red Ellis home. Glenn Bilakazi, my score prediction, I think I would go with France 85, Uruguay perhaps 3. Mr. Huge, that's my score prediction over there. So it's an exciting game. The venue, of course, is the Stade Pierre Mahoy in Lille. And France, obviously, home ground advantage. So for them, they have the crowd behind them. They have that first win in the bag, of course. Who can forget match day 1? The Rugby World Cup. Highly anticipated.
So it's an exciting game. The venue, of course, the Stade Pierre Mahoy
over the All Blacks in that first game. Allez Bleu, I say, because they're off to the perfect start hosting this World Cup. Head coach Fabien Galtier has also named slight changes in his side. Later on as well. But for now, guys, as we build up to the game, please do share with everyone that Forever Sports will be live for every single game of this World Cup, as well as just to mention. Special shout out to Steve and James who are headed over to France as we speak. Just a safe travel for them from us at Forever Sports to make sure that they bring home all the juicy bits from the Rugby World Cup, serve us on a plate here on this channel for you guys. Remember, the fans are what it's all about. So without you guys, we really are nothing. So we appreciate every single like, every single view, every single comment. We all love rugby and we're all trying to express ourselves in that way. So do feel free to drop your comments in the section. We're going to go through, as I mentioned, the starting 23 each side. And for now, we're going to start with Uruguay, and head coach Esteban Meneses has named the following 23 to head out and do battle against the French. back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. That was the Uruguay 23 that will take battle on the 4 lines at the start. Pierre Maroy in Lille up against France. And I think head coach Esteban Meneses is very happy to have his playmaker number 9 in Santiago Arata, who recovered from a hand injury and was able to become part of that cog, which I'm hoping, I think, in my opinion, gives them an opportunity to set up some play for the exciting backs. I look at the fly-off as well, Felipe Edgeveri. So the two of them working in tandem might be able to create something. I don't suspect they would be able to match the French up front. The French team, obviously, without some of their key players, perhaps rested. But then the forward pack might be just a little too much for Uruguay. So Uruguay may be a bit more expensive in the way they play. Just for the news from South Africa regarding Malcolm Marx, he is indeed out of the Rugby World Cup. A very unfortunate set of events, which leaves the question now where to for the Springboks. A loss of a key player, but does that mean Andre Pollard then comes in for Malcolm Marx? So South Africa there having a few injuries, but all the teams across this World Cup so far, it's only week 2, as we mentioned, match day 9, and all the teams have already suffered an attrition rate that they perhaps would not have wanted so early on. I look at the All Blacks, their winger, the exciting winger, Imani Narawa. His World Cup is over basically before it began, so he's on his way home. So this game as well, I think for the French, in resting some of their players, would want to make sure that the troops for the knockout stages, the ones that are going to do battle and challenge on home soil and win the World Cup for the first time. Obviously, France, no strangers to Rugby World Cup finals, having featured in 3 World Cup finals. In 1987, they lost to the All Blacks. In 1999, they lost to Australia. And in 2011, they again narrowly lost to the All Blacks. So France want to turn one over. And I think they are definitely taking this game very seriously, even though the South Americans are less fancied, let's be honest. So do give us your score predictions, as I mentioned. Be interesting to see what you people are thinking. Like I said, we all rugby. And the more contentious issue, I guess, around this World Cup, every single game, there seems to be some sort of debate. Is the man in charge for this game? The referee is Ben O'Keefe from New Zealand. No stranger to Rugby World Cups, having blown 3 World Cup games in 2019. He's got experience in the Six Nations as well as the British and Irish Lions series. So there is experience. But in the current climate of things, all we ask for is consistency, I guess, from the referees. So he's the man in charge for this game. And as I mentioned, Fabien Galtier, the head coach of France, has made a few changes. And we're going to take a look at the 23 that will do battle against Uruguay, Los Terros, as they are affectionately known. The 23 for France are as follows. Welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Just apologies if the audio earlier was a little bit off kilter. We did attend to it. Hopefully everything is great now and there's no other interruptions regarding audio. But we took a look at the French 23 that will take the field for this game. Fabien Galtier making some changes, a new half back, bring back the Anthony Gelange. So he'll be definitely steering the ship from the back row. But it all starts up front for France. And I think he's the man that will be able to influence them and give them that passion. And then the discipline, I think, is the most important for France, as well as Uruguay. And as we mentioned earlier, that comes down to the referee. We talk contentious issues, and I think sometimes we all have our own opinion, and I'd love to hear in the comments what you make of the refereeing medium, I guess. Are they universal in the way they apply the law? Is it interpretable to each referee? And in the heat of the moment, what sort of decisions are they making? Are they going from the worst possible scenario, or are they going, let's go penalty, yellow card, for example, and let's get play moving? I know player safety is vital and it is important. We just got to figure out a way to streamline, I guess, in my opinion, the way in which they apply it, and then the way in which they all collectively, as a referee team, put down the law, because the players accept the law. Sometimes I think the frustration is just getting different opinions from different referees on different days, perhaps different scenarios from the same referee on different days. So it gets quite interesting there. So I'm not knocking the referees. It's a tough job being out in the middle, keeping control of these vicious men suffering rugby. But at the same time, the application of the law, we'd like it a little bit more universal. So France and Uruguay are up tonight. It's an exciting clash. Do go and get your refreshments. The players are just about, I beg your pardon, making their way out onto the field. It's lovely to have you guys. I'm just going to take a look at the comment section here earlier on. I see Imposter gave a score prediction, 65-15. But I see he gave it to Uruguay, 65, France 15. I'm not sure, Imposter, what are you trying to tell us here? Do you know something? Gaz 28, Curry shouldn't have got a red again, like we touched on with the referee. A joke. It's tough to call it a joke, but I see where you're going because it's so inconsistent. So I'm with you there, Gaz 28. Thanks, Mox Box. Are you tuning in for this game, my brother? Tell everybody about it. Just a shout out as well to the partners of the channel of Forever Sports. BitDefender, the global leader in cyber security, always out to improve your digital experience so that nobody can hack your things. BitDefender is the best when it comes to cyber security. BOYLESPORTS as well, another partner of the channel. A wonderful shout out to them. Guys, do go to the BOYLESPORTS website. The link is in the description. Get yourself a bet going. There's so many games left at this World Cup. Remember, they'll match your first bet up to 1,000 Rand. So if you think you know rugby, there's perhaps some money in the making. The players are getting off the bus. It looks all serious at the moment. And it's quite exciting. So we're building up to the kickoff at 9 p.m. this evening. I'll be taking you through the live watch-along, play-by-play, 80 minutes of non-stop action at this Rugby World Cup 2023. We're just going to go through a promotional package now to give you an idea of where Forever Sports is and why they're always taking it to the fans. Let's have a look. Forever Sports. We're moments away from kickoff on match day 9. It's France up against Uruguay. As I take a look, the coin toss is being done as we speak. And then we move on to the players coming out the tunnel. The focus and the shift in momentum will begin in the mindset. For Uruguay, as I mentioned, the less fancied opponents against France, but a real proud moment for the country of Uruguay. And the continent of South America gives us an indication that rugby is also growing to become a global powerhouse sport that brings people together. That's the whole point of this Rugby World Cup. The players in the dressing room of France, as I take a look, they pumped up, they geared up, they're ready to go and do their country proud. The head coach of Uruguay, Esteban Meneses, of course, this is his second consecutive World Cup. So he would be hoping to improve on their position, obviously remembering that they had that famous win over Fiji at the 2019 World Cup in the group stage, winning that game 30 points to 27. And look where we are now with Fiji challenging the top countries in the world. So again, as I mentioned, the growth of rugby is happening. And it's such a rich vibe to see that all corners of the world are being touched by this beautiful game. Let us know your score predictions, guys, in the comments section. Please do. And remember, if you don't just want to do it in the comments and you want to take a bet, check out BOYLESPORTS. They'll sort you out. One time, Shushan. Uruguay in yellow tonight. France in their traditional navy blue, royal blue, should I say. Orange and light blue for Uruguay. Captains in front. Tier 1 nation up against a Tier 2 nation. I think some years back we would have thought the disparity is a lot larger. So I know I mentioned a big score for me, but what I'd like to see something a little bit closer for the sake of rugby. The William Webb Ellis Trophy is what every single team wants to get their hands on. France already taken a step closer, beating the All Blacks on match day 1, as we mentioned. And each step is a step closer to that Rugby World Cup that's so beautifully on display here at the Stade Pierre Mahoy in Lille. As the teams get ready to line up for their respective national anthems, I think they finally fixed the national anthems. There was some sort of, or there was a big outcry from the public after the anthems, I guess, were butchered in a way by not allowing the freedom and the passion of it to be played in the stadiums. It was rather soft and lacked the enthusiasm that the teams required. So I think that makes a difference. We want to start it off right. I think World Rugby got together and decided we'll fix this. So to my understanding, the teams themselves, the fans in the stadium will continue the anthem and the music will stop. And that passion will then reverberate and give them a good platform for this game. It's exciting, guys. It's the start of week 2. There's some wonderful games coming up this weekend. Don't forget to check out Wes. He's on the game South Africa against Romania. Obviously, Jacques Nienaber ringing the changes for that game. So it'll be interesting to see what the Springboks do with the players that are so versatile. What are the thought patterns, should I say, for that third Irish game? Join Wes for that game on Sunday at 3 o'clock. We also have Wales up against Fiji up against Australia, beg your pardon. Fiji hoping to dream after coming so close against the Welsh on Sunday evening. So Fiji, they're looking at it saying, there is an opportunity for Australia. It's a non-negotiable. They want to finish top of the log. So this is going to set us off for week 2 of Rugby World Cup 2023. Week 1 is behind us. The nervous jitters, the anxiety still continues for me, but I think we're a little bit more settled now. Each team just want to get it underway, and for Uruguay, they have that opportunity this evening. Very passionate from the French, and the captain looks very focused for this game. Fabien Galtier, the head coach of France, wonderful statistic, has won 21 of 22 games in France as head coach. It's a wonderful stat for him. So the French just about unbeatable on home soil. Uruguayans well aware of that. But I think for them it's about pride. Being at this World Cup means so much to a country not considered a real rugby nation, obviously strong in the football arena with the likes of the Luis Suarez, etc. But for Uruguay now, coming to the Rugby World Cup, putting themselves on the map and saying to the world, we can also play this beautiful game. So pride, definitely the order of the day for Uruguay. As I look at the national anthem, there's passion, there's emotion. The players are pulling themselves together, so they are focused. It's going to be an exciting clash. Carlos, what's your score prediction there, brother? The influential French captain Anthony Gelanche opening his account at this Rugby World Cup 2023. And the lock forward, Cameron Wacky, an exciting lock forward, can play with the ball, attacks the advantage line, wonderful line-out option, and just general open play is so athletic. So the French, although making a few changes, definitely have players that can fill the roles exactly as the starting 23 would have that played against the All Blacks. We're just about underway on match day 9. It's France up against Uruguay. The players are ready. The referee's out in the middle, checking the count, making sure that everybody's there, and everybody that should not be there is not there. The crowd waits in eager anticipation. A wonderful stadium here in Lille. Packed to the rafters for this clash. So support not an issue for France. Ben O'Keefe, the man in the middle. He'll be assisted by James Dolman and Paul Williams. The television match official is Ben Whitehouse. So that trio will make up the referee, assistant, and TMO for this game as we kick off match day 9. France playing from right to left. Wonderful catch in the air by Gabon Valeur, but the ball's gone into touch. And France starting on fire there from the kickoff. The ball is out on this left-hand touchline. However, it will be a Uruguayan throw just inside the 22. It seems that it was a knock-on there from the French loose forward, Macalou. So Uruguay will have a scrum. So that slight fumble allowed Gabon Valeur to come away with the ball, but France showing that their focus is indeed on this game from minute 1, second 1. It'll be interesting to see the scrum, how it plays out now. How France manage the scrum, how Uruguay manage it also, should I say. Will they just get the ball in and out? They don't want to handle the pressure of that pack of forwards of France. Arata to feed now for Uruguay. Just inside the 22 on this left-hand touch line. 7 meters in from touch. Uruguay with the putting. Just a reset there from Ben O'Keefe. He's wanting a bit more stability. I think the scrums are sometimes a difficult one. Got all that power and momentum behind you, and you've got to make shifts in a millisecond, so the forwards sometimes have to reset. The referee's not happy. So Uruguay have a put into the scrum. Santiago Arata to feed for Uruguay. It's gone down, and the referee's blown a penalty to France. It seemed like it was the loose head Sanguinetti there. Going straight down. Yes, it's the loose head of Uruguay. The pressure was on there from France. Aldegheri. And in that instance, lost his bind and went straight down. That's a punishable offence. And that is France with the opportunity now for 3 points via Anton Hastoy. Interesting decision here by France to go for 3 points. But I think they just want to settle the game down slightly. In fact, it's not Hastoy is kicking. It's Melvin Jaminet, the fullback, in for Thomas Ramos, who's the usual reliable kicker. But Jaminet himself, just as efficient as he strides towards the ball. It's sailing, it's over. And France are on the board in this clash via penalty from the boot of that man, Melvin Jaminet. Too easy from the scrum there for France. So Uruguay definitely, as I would have imagined, going to struggle in the scrum. It's very just looking for the ball now. Remember, I beg your pardon, Uruguay playing from left to right. And France lead 3 points to 0. Edgeberry kicks off. It's deep into the 22. It's inside. Luku at the base. Just rallying his troops there. Challenge going in. The ball's a little bit loose now. Makalou cleans up for France as Luku now shapes at the back of the ruck. And indeed finds a wonderful touch. Some relief for the French now. It's on the 10-meter mark on this left-hand touchline. Uruguay ever with a put into the throw. Put into the throw. Throw in the line out, I beg your pardon. Quick feed from Pujadas, and Uruguay set up a maul now. Interesting. Aratas to Edgeberry. Volaseca takes it up, and Uruguay come charging ahead. They're up center field now between the 10-meter mark and 2022. Wonderful offload there in the tackle. Arata. Uruguay showing wonderful promise now. France on the defensive. It's very with a little chip into the 22. There's space here for Uruguay. It's a try. A sensational try. It's the left winger, Nicolas Freitas. Ben O'Keefe awards the try. And for a second, Uruguay did a number on France that France are used to doing on every other team. Wonderful play taken up there by Andres Villaseca for Uruguay. And who would have thought they would open the account first in the try-scoring department? Wonderful bounce of the ball, but the kick across field from Edgeberry, Alamani Lebok, and Uruguay score on that right-hand touchline in the corner with the kick to come and lead France by 5 points to 3. I must be honest, I never saw that one coming. Shaping to kick now. It's very hooks it to the left. He doesn't have the 2 points, but Uruguay lead on match day 9 here in Lille against France. Simply sensational from the left winger there. This is getting exciting. After that first scrum that Uruguay had, things were not looking very promising. France going for the 3 points and Uruguay replying with a try. Wonderful. As France kick off. It's caught inside the 22, just off center field there from Ardao, and Arata is at the base now. Shaping to kick. He kicks it deep into French territory inside their 10-meter mark, and France come running back. Kicked into the air there and wonderfully regathered. And Luku finds his man. It's a tight forward now, and it's quick recycling from France. They approaching the 22-meter line inside Uruguayan territory. It's advantage from the referee here, France. Relentless around the ruck. Luku now. He's away. Brought to ground there by Vincent. He has the ball. And France keep making meters. They're 5 meters out now. Playing towards center field. It's still advantage, says the referee. France desperate to recycle. Uruguay fighting back. The referee says no advantage. It is a penalty. Uruguay offside there. The recycling of the ball from France was very quick. Uruguay not able to retreat quick enough. Offside, and France have an opportunity now to come right back and make a statement. Everyone involved there, the captain, Gelange, cleaning out that ruck. But a wonderful little break there from the scrum of Maxime Luku. We thought he was away. Wonderful cover defense from Uruguay, but France have an opportunity now to set up an attacking play and regain the lead. And they've decided to go for the scrum. No surprises there. Yeah, Safri Kiwi lost Teros, all right. What a moment for that country, my brother. Another penalty at scrum time. Uruguay struggling. And Ben O'Keefe, the referee, just bringing the tight forwards closer, having a conversation, saying, you need to fix this. He hasn't threatened with any yellow cards yet, but you can't imagine in this sort of zone, the red zone, what sort of decisions is going through the referee's mind now. France have opted for another scrum. Ball in the hands of Maxime Luku. Quick at the base. Feeding his players quickly. So France, will they do an 8-9-14 here? Or will they go push over? It goes to the back. Jalanche controls. And they go blind. It's 9. Wonderful there from Luku. And Antoine Hastoy in the fly off 9 and 10. Working in tandem after securing the ball at the back of the scrum there. Anthony Jalanche gave the platform to Maxime Luku. Made a wonderful break on the blind side. Uruguay not quite up for that one. And the fly off, Antoine Hastoy attacking the gain line wonderfully. And France regained the lead. It's 8 points to 5 with the kick to come. Defensively, you can't give them the opportunity to attack the gain line. There's just some wonderful players in the back line there of France. As Melvin Jaminet, successful with his first conversion, has the opportunity now to add extra 2 for France. It's action-packed in these first few minutes of this game. Uruguay scoring the first try. Who would have predicted? But France coming right back after that early penalty. Melvin Jaminet, focused, shaping to kick. It's sailing. And it's over. France lead 10 points to 5. Getting right back into it. Maxime Luku on the blind side. Giving it off to his 10. Running a little slight right-hand line there. But attacking that gain line and no one able to stop him. He's over. Yeah, Sefakiwi, I hear you. So physically, Uruguay perhaps not going to be able to do much. France come mauling away now after the kickoff. Still inside their own half between the 22 and 10 meter mark. Working towards the right-hand touchline. They're going down the right-hand touchline. And here comes Gabon Villeur for France. Center field now, just inside Uruguayan territory. Maxime Luku. There's space here for France. But desperation from Uruguay. However, every single carry seems to be over the advantage line. France creating space. Jalanche down the left-hand touchline. And the left wing are looking for work now. It's quick recycling from France. Jaminet, a little juggle. It's advantage to France. It's a free play now. Chipped ahead. Nothing much going to come from that one. The referee, Ben O'Keefe, coming back for the penalty. Illegal tackle there from the hooker, Guillermo Pujadas of Uruguay. The Uruguayans blowing a little bit. I think France just about getting into second gear, so reality will kick in. Again, this is pride. What a wonderful try, though, from Uruguay. So that's a moment in time that they will remember for a long time to come. France now deciding to go for posts. So just adding the points where they can with that advantage. Melvin Jaminet. He's been 2 out of 2 so far. This one straight down center field, just about 40 meters out. 38, 36 meters. Well within his range. Jaminet. It's going over. And France take another 3 points. It's 13 points to 5. A lovely little back pass there from the French lock forward, Romain Taufifenua. That's what we want to see from a lock forward. So they've got the size, the passion, but the skill as well. Danston, score is going to be big. I trust you, but what is your score, brother? as Uruguay kick off deep into French territory inside their 22 on this right-hand touchline. It's gathered from France, Luku. Too tight forward, but the ball's come away to Uruguay now. It's loose. I think that's what Uruguay will be relying on, is the loose balls. Pouncing. Being fox terriers. Because in the powerhouse, France look menacing. There was a knock-on in that phase of play, so it will be a put into France. Center field, just outside the 22 of France. So France looking for an exit strategy here. Maxime Luku will be looking around for his fly-off. And again, the scrums is a shambles for Uruguay. It's a free kick to France, and they're going to scrum again, no doubt. Scrum penalty is what they're looking for. It's a tough day at the office for Uruguay, but there's still a lot of time to go to make some more memories. What do you guys think of the South Africa quarterfinals? Are you perhaps a bit more relieved that South Africa could be playing the All Blacks? We're obviously going with the fact that they're going to beat Ireland, but would you rather play the All Blacks or this French team? Or do you want to meet France in the final and make it a dream come true? As France feed the scrum now. Challenge at the back. The ball is loose, however. It's a bit scrappy on this left-hand touchline. But France still in control now. Cameron Wacky. Luku at the base to set up another phase here, shaping to kick, I think. The chase is good from France. It's up against this left-hand touchline. And the ball comes back. Wacky now to Gros. The ball shifts quickly. Wacky with that athleticism of his now. France want quick ball. Here they go. Hastoy goes in to clean at the ruck. Luku with quick ball. Jaminet. There's space out wide here. Gabon Valeur. Tough to bring down. Luku now. Aldegheri. France come again. Center field. Between Uruguay's 10-meter and 22-meter mark. Luku. Valeur again this time. Pushed back. Tried to come in field. But Aldegheri was there. Uruguay holding on. But this time in touch on this left-hand touchline. So no space for France. They have been making meters post-contact. But Uruguay winning the penalty, in fact. It's the outside center, Thomas Inciarte, doing some valuable work. France are judging to play the ball on the ground. So after having possession, France losing out there, Uruguay breathing a deep sigh of relief. Etcheverry has the opportunity to put the ball in touch, which he does, still slightly inside his own half, just off center line, off the halfway line, I beg your pardon, with Uruguay to put in the ball via Guillermo Pujadas. It's a bit scrappy at the line out. And in fact, it's not a straight throw. So Uruguay would not be happy with that. Coach Esteban Meneses knows those sort of unforced errors will have to be kept to a minimum. Control what you can, they say. Yeah, Safri Kiwi Marks is a big loss. I think we just got to trust in Rassie and Jacques to have the plans that they set out. I think you can't plan for losing a guy like that with that experience. But just have faith that anybody coming in now will add value, perhaps not in the same department, but to the squad. So have faith in Rassie and them, yeah? Yeah, Christian Jordan, that was New Zealand's first loss ever in a pool game. And now what's funny is they're relying on the Springboks. The fact that we lost a game and won the World Cup. So now they want to quote us when it suits them. So the All Blacks hurting a little bit. I'm not happy that they're hurting, but I think that's reality in rugby. The Springboks have been there. And we hope that New Zealand rugby is what we know it as. We know Scott Robertson is coming, so the inconsistency might go away. Just for the game of rugby, that rivalry, South Africa, New Zealand, we need that, man. A little bit of a kicking duel at the moment here, but Uruguay come away with it. The fullback, Baltazar Amaya, kicks it away, but France, it's Mofana, Gabon Valeur, Ditson darts his way on this left-hand touchline. They're trying to hold him up. Jalanche goes in. The referee says it's a maul. France have to play the ball, and Uruguay again managed to spoil things here. Even the Nuggety scrum off, Arata is in there. So France coming away after that clearance from the fullback of Uruguay down this left-hand touchline. But Gabon Voleur held up, not able to get his knee to the ground. And in that way, not making it a tackle. It's a maul, and Uruguay have the opportunity. France could not play that ball. Arata with the ball now on this left-hand touchline. Just inside the 22, 5 meters from the touchline. Uruguay feed the scrum. Another penalty. I don't think Uruguay have been able to complete a single scrum in this game. The bind is wrong there from Matteo Sanguinetti. He's having a tough afternoon. The referee punishing him heavily for his inability to do what he has to do in that scrum, and that is to keep it up. Losing his bind and going straight down. France put the ball 5 meters out from the line. It's Pierre Bourgerie with the feed for France. Ball in the front now, and France decide to set up a maul. Uruguay are going to have to come from the back here. They've disrupted it enough. And indeed, it's another scrum. So France not as accurate as they would like to be. Setting up a maul 5 meters from the line. You want to imagine that they can put that one away. As we look, the distasteful face of Cameron Wacky there, not working in unison, the French. After winning the front line out ball there, Anthony Jalanche. The bind too loose on that maul, and the referee calling it. Uruguay with the opportunity now to get out of their own danger zone and live to breathe for another few seconds. They've got to get through the scrum, though. Like I mentioned, they have not completed a single scrum. However, this time, They win a penalty at the scrum. France look in total disbelief there. But it seems it was the loose head, Jean-Baptiste Gros. No, it was Dorian Aldegheri there, adjudged to have taken that scrum down. So France, with a little lapse in concentration, in Uruguay, with another kick to touch, not getting as many meters as he would have wanted. So those line kicks perhaps can be improved from Uruguay. France not happy with that decision. As I'd say, Uruguay relieved as they feed via Pujadas now. It's another scrappy line out. Aratas to Edgeveri. Center field, just inside their 22. Playing towards this left-hand touchline. Uruguay. There's some space here. Luku goes into clean after a missed tackle there. And Uruguay keep the ball alive. Quick play now, darting around the ruck there, Arata. It's a loose ball, but Uruguay not able to do anything there with that possession, but have the penalty advantage. Seems like an early tackle from France. So the French now, after coming back after that shock first try, have lapsed a little bit in concentration. As we take a look, they're going to go up to the TMO for something. And there's perhaps some issues here for the lock forward of France, Romain Taifefanua. It's a shoulder straight to the head. And that's going to be a challenge for him. Was there any mitigating factors? Ben O'Keefe, in consultation with his TMO, going straight to Romain Taifefanua, calling him out, saying, "Come here, sir." The captain, Gelange, listening in. It's going to be a yellow card with the bunker system. Remember, they have 8 minutes to review it. Should they find anything deemed, or should I say there's no mitigating factors, then he could get a possible red and stay off for the rest of the game. So a big blow for France there. Romain Taifefanua is off the field with a yellow card and potentially a red. Uruguay with the penalty. Kick for touch from Edgeveri. Just inside the French territory. Off the halfway line on this left-hand touch line. Not a great attempt there. He did go and apologize. Big mismatch there. But nonetheless, the way things are blown, it's going to be interesting to see how the bunker system plays that one out. As Uruguay feed, it's a wild ball and Luku comes away with it with a little grubber ahead. Wonderful cover there from Arata, trying to dart his way out. Hastoy makes the tackle and Uruguay back 15 meters from their own try line, working this blind here on the left-hand touch line. And France, with the legal turnover, the referee says it's fine. It seemed like it was Makalou there as Luku feeds Mofana. And a slight knock on, some action in that phase of play, but nothing consistent, not putting it together, France. Slight fumble, remember, quite humid conditions so far at this Rugby World Cup. Just not able to keep that ball under the arm. Uruguay doing enough to disrupt there and have another opportunity to get out their own half. They're going to need to play rugby further upfield and get closer to the line. You can't be playing from here. France are just going to put you under a lot of pressure. Yeah, Chris, I hear you, brother. So defense is everything in this World Cup. France wouldn't be happy that they conceded that try, that early try. And I do agree with you. South Africa look tight. They look sharp. They have a wonderful defensive system for France. This is match day practice for them. Things will get much tighter. So Uruguay scoring, not good for them in their psyche and what aspirations they set. So I do agree with you there, man. As Uruguay come away with the ball, they're inside French territory now, but France turn it over again. Ball security is a slight problem for Uruguay. Passo wants to come away with it now. The winger covering at the back. Uruguay making some meters now on this left-hand touchline on halfway. Playing towards centre field, still in possession. It's advantage Uruguay. Arata to Etchveri with another chip. It's regathered. The skill is there. Arata now. Etchveri again. Uruguay, the ball bouncing in their favour and just losing it in contact there. The referee says advantage over. But another exciting sequence of play for Uruguay. Slight luck in the bounce of the ball. But Uruguay showing that they indeed have skill, as we see there. Going straight off Astoy back to Uruguay. On the left wing there, Nicolas Freitas. And a wonderful cover tackle from Jamine there. Just dislodging the ball out of the hands of Freitas. Some frustration. He knew it was on. But France now inside their 22 on the right-hand touchline with the feed. Unfamiliar territory for them in this game. I don't think they'll be playing from deep though, so they'd want to get some meters into touch. Maxime Luku with the feed. Chat Sport, you predict that yellow will become a red? Very, very, very possible and even probable with the way things are being blown. World Rugby have a set mandate and we just don't want to see it disrupting games. Uruguay with another scrum penalty. So the tables have flipped now. Dorian Aldegheri not agreeing with the referee there, but Uruguay putting the pressure on, losing his bind. And Etchveri with the opportunity now. Time has stopped. The referee wants to have a conversation. But Uruguay look to be putting the ball into touch to set up a 5-meter line-out. That'll be exciting. Stern words from the referee to the captain of France, Anthony Gelange. Time back on, and Uruguay indeed have a 5-meter line-out. Guillermo Pujadas with the feed. Where does he go? To the front it is. It's a maul for Uruguay. Size don't matter that much if they can just find the cohesion to work together. If the maul is moving forward, it's at the back with Pujadas. Arata wants it quick. There's space for Uruguay. He's through. It's a wonderful try. The French having no answer for that one. And a wonderful try from the fly-off. Etchveri attacking the gain line again. This time Uruguay. Wonderful ball out the back. And nobody was able to pick him up. Valeur made a lame attempt. And Etchveri Felipe Echeverri has the opportunity now after scoring. To get another 2 points for Uruguay. I think the referee wants to have a look at something here. It's not a confirmed try yet, folks. Wonderful ball out the back. They're looking for obstruction here. It did look kind of open at one stage. Echeverri just coasted through. Seemed like he was attacking the gain line. But there is a point here for obstruction from another player, preventing a French player from defending the fly-off of Uruguay. And he went over to score. I think the try is going to be overturned by the looks of things. It's a penalty to France. Yes, indeed, it's obstruction. So Uruguay, they unfortunately not able to add to that first try. Wonderful floodgate opened up there for Echeverri. But a player just before him was able to get in the path of a potential French defender. And France now clearing for touch via Melvin Jaminet. Inciarte, I think it was the outside center of Uruguay, who just seemed to have gotten in the way of things there. Just needed to mind his own business slightly, just in the wrong path there. And France on this left-hand touchline, 5 meters inside their own half, set up a maul. Haven't been able to quite kick off the mauls. They just need a little bit of cohesion. It's a bit disruptive now at the moment as they work towards halfway. It's moving, but Luku wants it at the back. Shapes to kick now, and Gabon Voleur chases. Uruguay, though, have possession. Obstruction this time from Uruguay, Eva and France. Just outside Uruguay's 22 have a penalty. 15 meters out from this left-hand touchline. To the corner they go via Jaminet, and France set up a line out, and no doubt perhaps a maul. And this time the cohesion necessary to go over the line. It's all a bit shaky at the moment. We know it's the first half. But Uruguay doing enough to disrupt the fluidity of the French as Pierre Bougerie finds his man just about. Cameron Wacky and France set up a maul. Jalanche. Uruguay disrupting there, and I think they've turned it over. Wonderful effort from Uruguay there, just about on their own try line. And Arata shaping for the kick now and relieving the pressure. The ball going into touch this time. A wonderful clearance under pressure, stifling the French maul there, 5 meters from the line. And then when Jalanche released from the back of that maul. They were able to get over the ball, get the clearance, get the turnover, and Uruguay breathe again. France have to come up with some answers now. Can Uruguay keep up this tempo though? Let's come second half and see. As France take it up center field just outside the 22. Luku to Bougerie. Luku again, it's quick ball from the French. They're inside the 22 now. Uruguay not overcommitting at this ruck. And a penalty, hands on the ground from Uruguay. France 15 meters from the right-hand touchline on the 22 of Uruguay. Have another opportunity now to kick the ball into touch. It's Antoine Hastoy. And indeed so, Bougerie will have another opportunity to find his man. The last line out a little bit shaky there. Or not that one, the one on the 5-meter line. That's where they need to be efficient, the French. Pumlani, thank you so much. Uruguay all the way. France now with the feed. It's a maul. It's been disrupted, but it's advantage to France. Infringement there from Uruguay, bringing that maul to ground illegally. France at the base. There's a pile of bodies in there. They're 2 meters out. We're playing to center field. Waki. He's brought short. Luku now. There's got to be space out wide. It's Valeur. He's caught the ball, but it's gone dead. France playing under advantage. Not as pinpoint there as he would have liked the fly off, finding his man, but just not in the field of play. And France with the opportunity, though, to capitalize, still 5 meters out. The referee having a stern warning to Captain Andres Villaseca. This is the danger zone, brother. The next one, potentially, we could be seeing a yellow card. Luther, you despise France? Is it because you love Uruguay? Are you fancying the underdogs here? Or have you just not seen enough from the French? France have decided to take the scrum 5 meters out from the try line of Uruguay. 15 meters out from the right-hand touchline. Luku with the feed. It's at the back. Jalange controls. Luku now. Hastoy again on the advantage line. Post contact, gaining the meters. It's Makalu. Someone going off their feet there at the ruck for France. So again, not putting the pieces together, the French. Slightly rattled by Uruguay. And that indeed is half time. France lead by 13 points to 5. Do join us for the second half. Not what we expected. I expected a runaway, but Uruguay showing what they here at this World Cup to do their country proud. France 13, Uruguay 5. Join us for the second half.
Hello everybody, my name is Stevie P and I'm here to tell you about Bitdefender, who are one of the Forever Sports channel partners. Bitdefender offers world-leading cybersecurity solutions which make sure that all your data is protected across all of your devices. We make sure that we are never compromised thanks to Bitdefender, and you should as well. Alongside their world-class cybersecurity needs, they also offer a world-class VPN, which not only hides and protects all your data and your internet privacy, but also allows you to access content from around the world using this VPN, which means you can unlock certain content which you might not otherwise have been able to watch, including live rugby across the world. So make sure you get Bitdefender. Check the description of all of our videos to get yourself a Bitdefender subscription. They are not only one of the world leaders, but also one of the most affordable options out there. So there really is a no loss of situation here. Get yourself Bitdefender, get yourself protected, and make sure that you are never compromised thanks to Bitdefender. everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer for the rugby. They are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
They did score a try, however, to take back the lead after that early Uruguay try. But I think for the French, the second half would be calling on a much more cohesive display, starting from 1 to 8 up front. For them to set the platform will be vital. I think Uruguay have really surprised a lot of us with the flair and the intensity at which they've defended in those difficult situations. The question remains for them, though, are they able to keep that intensity up for the next 40 minutes? Or will the gas tank run out? Do the French have a pack on the bench or a set of reserves that can then bring that cohesion back as well? So the bench will play a big part in this game. I think just taking a look at the tackles made, Uruguay obviously forced to make so many more tackles than France, almost 3 times as many, yet only trailing by 13 points to 5. So for them, I think it's not a win. Obviously they're behind on the scoreboard, but for the head coach, Esteban Meneses, a wonderful first half for Uruguay and an opportunity for them to have the momentum in the second half, to do something. They'll have to make the first play, but it's a far stretch to imagine an upset in this game. It's just interesting and exciting to see that the World Cup is so full of surprises. The French will be hoping that their captain can rally them together. I think the goal kicking has been on point. The scrums have been good, although towards the latter parts of that first half, France were also being penalized at scrum time. So Uruguay having a few bites to chew on in that first half. For them, pride is a non-negotiable, and I think just totally emptying the tank in this game. For them, every game is important. You don't see them in the knockout stages. So to be in this position against France and having the world watching is wonderful. Guys, thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe. We did ask before the game started what your score prediction is going to be. Things have since changed. Now, are you sticking to your story? I said something like 80 points to 3. And I don't see that one playing out. So do give us your revised score predictions, if any, and share with your friends that we indeed are live for every single game. That's the exciting part. Even if you are tuning in on SABC, if you're in South Africa or wherever for that matter, do tune in on Forever Sports on a Bluetooth speaker, hi-fi, surround sound speaker, should I say, and listen to us. We're going to be doing rugby throughout this Rugby World Cup tournament, bringing you play-by-play in as far as everything that is Rugby World Cup 2023. It's almost time for the second half. Do go and get your refreshments, albeit coffee, a beer, a glass of water, anything for that matter. And the second half is going to be an interesting one. I'd like to hear your comments. Share your thoughts with me in the comment section. Luther, I hear you, my brother. You're not happy saying disgusting officiating in the first half there. Are you referring to that yellow that was not upgraded? It's interesting. It's almost like the bigger teams get preference sometimes, they say. That's the conspiracy theory in as far as those sort of decisions. But the jury's out on that one, to be honest. Tabo, Kabai, I hear you, brother. So we're just saying that the way they're playing the games these days, anything to the head, which that indeed seemed like, would have to be a red. I'm not sure. There's a sort of a grey area, I guess, around the mitigating factors. And that's where perhaps players, fans, all of us would want a little bit of clarity. But for now, it's almost time for the second half, and France only lead by those 8 points. They'll be looking to extend that well beyond any sort of 1-2 score zone. So they want to take this game beyond any reasonable doubt, set up a good points difference, and put themselves on the map to continue this World Cup. That's obviously the ideal for them. Things, as I mentioned, don't always play out in that fashion at Rugby World Cups. There's a lot of considerations when we talk about the togetherness, combinations on the field, communication. I think that's going to be vital for France in the second half of match day 9. For Uruguay, I think much of the same. If they can disrupt as much ball as they can of the French, then they're in with a slight shout of perhaps getting to score another try, put France on their toes, give the fans something to get a little bit anxious about. After all, this is what Rugby World Cups are about. The nervous anticipation and excitement. France, clear favourites before the game. So if you put the score down at half-time before the match, people will think you must be smoking something, I guess, because it's pretty close. As the scoreline suggests, will France run away in the second half? We're just about underway. Romain Taifefanua is definitely going to be watching himself now. He's already on a hello. To the Uruguayans, Los Terros have the cardio to keep up and repeat that first half now. The referee checking in that no one snuck onto the field. Everyone just about ready to go. And Uruguay kick off from right to left. Deep inside French territory, inside their 22. Luku shapes. The ball is secure for France. Aldegheri goes into bind. And Luku kicks from the base. He doesn't find touch on this left-hand touchline. Playing towards centre field now on the 10-meter mark of Uruguay. Inside their territory, Arata. There's space now here for Uruguay. It's the fullback, Amaya. He's gone straight down the middle, and Uruguay come again. Los Terros, only 10 meters out, playing towards the right-hand touchline. They have numbers, but France scramble via Gabon Valeur. It's advantage Uruguay now. The ball out the back door. Villaseca just couldn't hold on. I beg your pardon, Baltasar Maya. But Uruguay have the penalty now, 6 meters from France try line on this right-hand touchline. Give the ball to that man, Felipe Echeverri, and he'll put it 5 meters out of the French try line on this right-hand side. What a wonderful breakaway there from Uruguay. Had the presence of mind to come in field and find his support. France scrambling, and the result is Uruguay with the line out. The feed is good as they set up a maul now. They playing their hand at the power play, Uruguay. He must release him. And France come away with it now. There was a scrap on the ground. Uruguay not controlling that ball at the back of the maul. And France, via Maxime Luku, get some relief outside the danger zone. Legal turnover there, and pouncing on it is the lively left winger Gabon Valeur. But Guillermo Pujadas for Uruguay to feed. Still on this right-hand touchline now, on the 10-meter mark, playing to centre field. Uruguay recycle the ball for another phase inside the French territory. Over the 10-meter mark now. From centre to the right-hand side they go, Uruguay. It's a little bit lateral at the moment. Going nowhere, and France not being allowed to play the ball legally. They have the penalty. Uruguay infringing at that breakdown. So not putting it quite together, Uruguay, but they have glimpses of pure magic considering who they're playing against. But Astoy now with the kick to touch. And he goes deep on this right-hand touchline, just about on Uruguay's 22-meter mark. Off their feet at that breakdown. You have to stay on your feet. France inside the Uruguayan 22 via Pierre Bourgerie finds his man, but not straight. So those are the unforced errors that can happen to any team. The French not immune tonight to those unforced errors. And in that moment there, the line-out judge not straight. Makalu with the jump and catch. But Uruguay now capitalizing on that unforced error from France. Luther, you but the try, you mean Uruguay's try? I think that was obstruction, my brother. Unfortunately, by the letter of the law, the gap opened up too wide, eh? And another scrum penalty for Uruguay. A tough day at the office here for Aldegheri. And Uruguay turning the tables after real pressure early on in the first half in the scrums. I think the first 6 scrums they never completed. They got penalized. This time around, Uruguay pulling a number on France again. What's happening here? Uruguay now just inside the French territory on this right-hand touchline with the line-out feed at the back. It's sloppy. No knock-on, says the referee. This time the ball is loose, however. Poor ball control there. It seems it was the winger Batista Basso. Just couldn't hold on in France, and now have the put in via Maxime Luku. Seemed his own player did him an injustice there. Fumbling the ball from the knee, then going out of his hands. Batista Basso there, not happy with himself. He knows the opportunities are there. There aren't too many, but they need to start taking one if there are only one or two. And get another score. Uruguay desperate to score first in the second half, but France with the scrum penalty advantage. Hastoy with the loose ball. No advantage, says Ben O'Keefe. We're on the halfway line, and France will take the advantage from that scrum penalty and kick to touch. Scrums have been quite a focus point this evening for both sides. I don't know if I want to say there's anyone who's had the upper hand, because if you look at the penalty count, perhaps France have had one or two more penalties, but there's been far too many for France's liking in terms of being penalised at the scrum time, especially against their less fancied opponents. So a little bit shaky there for the French. However, they are taking the 3 points, so a sign, in my opinion, of respect to Uruguay. They want points on the board, France, on the 10-meter mark, about 16 meters in from that right-hand touchline. Jaminet shapes to kick. It's sailing. It's sailing. And it's just wide to the left-hand touchline, or left-hand post there, I beg your pardon. Frustrated with himself. He knew he didn't strike it properly there, Melvin Jaminet. And France now not converting. So what belief does that instill in Uruguay? They need to go and play on the other side of the field, though. They need to get some points. They need to take that disruptive play, that ability to win the scraps and convert it to points. As France kicking up and under, it's Gabon Valeur. It's a loose ball. It's a try for France out of nowhere. After an up and under, the chase was good. The referees are going to have a conversation. But the lively left winger, you can't keep him out of the game. Gabon Valeur went over. It is being referred to the TMO, much like the Uruguayan try. So it's not set yet. But from nothing, France were able to generate a try just with the intensity of the chase. Definitely the bounce of the ball. It seems like it's come off the captain there, Anthony Gelange. And it looks like he's knocked it on. It's gone forward. It's been regathered from Gabon Valeur. And the celebrations might be short-lived here. There we go. It's lost forward. No try from France. So just when we thought the French have brought the flair back, relying on the bounce of the ball there, it was adjudged the ball is knocked on. So consistency there. The correct call was made, in my opinion. France now with the put into the scrum. No try. The score remains 13 points to 5. Uruguay making their first couple of changes in the front row, as well as France. A whole host of French are coming on. Beato Movaka in and amongst them. Some tired legs from the French. All that fresh injection off the bench. Bring that cohesion we spoke about earlier. As we see Jalange also coming off the field. Francois Cross on the field now for the captain, Anthony Jalange. He's at 8th man. Uruguay, though, with a feed to the scrum. After that cancelled out try, Uruguay are going to have to get out of their territory and start playing a little bit down the other end. Arata with the feed. A lot of pressure on there. They're playing from deep now, Uruguay. Arata at the base. Edgeferry pumps it upfield. He doesn't find touch. It's in the hands of Louis Biel-Barré. He's brought to ground on this 10-meter mark, 8 meters from the left-hand touchline. Inside France territory. Hands on the ground, holding on to the ball. And Uruguay get a turnover. If anything, they've really impressed me on the ground, Uruguay, considering the French are so well drilled in their set pieces. Uruguay have managed to disrupt them. As Uruguay kick for the corner now with an opportunity. Taking it up there for France was Bastien Chaleroux, but not releasing there. A lot of frustration from the scrum half. He knows ball security is important, and Uruguay 15 meters out from France's try line. Go to the back and set up a maul. It is moving now. They seem together. It's at the back. The ball is present. The referee says use it. And Arata, the little half break now in center field, still 50 meters out, not making much ground. Uruguay still in possession. The tight forwards wrestling it up. Arata, it's there's space out wide. It's a wonderful try. It looks like the fullback, Balthazar Maya, and Uruguay do in fact score a try. This one will count. It is the fullback, Balthazar Amaya. Wonderful try from Uruguay. Just what we spoke about earlier. They needed to get onto the board, get on the side of the field, take the opportunities that present themselves. Sliding through like a hot knife through butter there. Balthazar Amaya. Wonderful try. Uruguay in double digits with the kick to come. The elation on the coach's bench, the elation from the substitute bench, and all the Uruguayan fans around the world. We were not expecting this. Melvin Jaminez, look, says it all. It's very now on this right-hand touchline. Just about 38 meters out within his range. Has he got it? It's sailing. It's sailing. It's over. A wonderful kick under pressure there from the fly-off. He knows every point matters. He's got it over. Uruguay only trailed by a single point. It's 13 points to 12, folks. If you've just woken up from your sleep, you're not dreaming. Uruguay trail only by a single point. The kickoff from France. And this time around, Uruguay's kick charge down. And France, from the charge down, in fact, have scored a try. It's Beato Movaka, the replacement hooker. He's been on the field for about 3 minutes. He had to endure that last phase of play where Uruguay went over, but they fought right back from the charge down there. France go up by 18 points to 12. It's very there. A fumble of an error, kicking the ball into his own man. Wonderful anticipation there. Cameron Waki, Piata Movaka. And Movaka grabbed onto the loose ball, went over for the try. You're not going to stop him from there. And Jamine now has the opportunity with what I would call a rather fortunate bounce of the ball after that kick from Edgeberry. France, it's sailing and over from Jamine. France up by 20 points to 12. It's all action here. It's one end to another. It wasn't even a minute. Straight from the kickoff, Arata fed Edgeberry, but the player in front of him caught the ball on his back. The loose ball picked up by Piatao Movaka, and France capitalizing, taking all 7 points. Uruguay with the restart, and France taking no chances now. Kicking the ball deep. Edgeberry is there to cover. Kicks a high ball up to center field, but France return it now. A favorable bounce for France. And a penalty, in fact. Players there of Uruguay not retreating the necessary 10 meters after that kick from France. So easy penalty now for France to take it deep into Uruguayan territory and put the accelerator pedal on this slight momentum shift now. Christo De Beer, welcome, my brother. Load shedding gets us all, man. So we're just glad to have you, bro. What do you think of the scoreline? That last French try, man, I wish it didn't happen, but it was a bit lucky there. Unlucky for Uruguay. But what a performance from the South American minnows. Los Terros. Alan Robinson, I agree with you, brother. This is great inspiration for people watching around the world, following the World Cup especially. They get a taste of every team, and every team feels part and parcel of what makes up this World Cup package. Cameron Waki coming off for France now. He's done his job. He's been athletic. He's caught the ball in the line out, but France by no means out and away in this game. Uruguay also making a substitution. Ignacio Dotti at lock forward comes onto the field. So another pair of fresh legs. France opting for the scrum here, feeling just in the last 2 or 3 occasions having the ascendancy after the seesaw battle that has been the scrum tonight. Kumlani, what's your score prediction there? Don't be shy, tell us. Think with your head and your heart. As France come away with the ball now, down the right-hand touchline, Louis Biel-Barré with the grubber kick ahead, but the ball going into touch inside Uruguay's 22, but it's a penalty. The referee playing advantage. Before that phase was completed, Fabien Galtier, the head coach of France, with no expression on his face, he knows the job is far from done. They do put it out on this left-hand touchline, about 12 meters out from the Uruguayan try line. And Mo Vaca has the opportunity now to feed the line out. He finds his man, Francois Cross, and France. Mo Vaca with the ball at the back. They moving forward. Uruguay have lost their shape somewhat. It's brought to ground now. France have to use it. And it's a turnover. The French not happy with the call from the referee, but Los Terros once again disrupting the ball at that maul. The lock forward, Manuel Landekar, thick in the thing of things at that maul, not allowing France to go forward with another foot, stopped it dead, brought it to ground, and then disrupting the French from displaying and making use of the ball. So wonderful from Uruguay. They have an opportunity now to get the ball out inside their own half from that danger zone. On this left-hand touchline, 15 meters from the touchline, 5 meters from the try line. Uruguay holds strong at the scrum. Arata feeds, but a penalty to France. As you can see, the turf there not holding up. Must be a real struggle for these players. They're actually physically putting the grass back, so not getting a lot of traction there. Lovely work from Paul Boudin of France, helping out the groundsman, but you kind of wonder, how does that affect things when a team has a dominant scrum? How? Yeah, just going straight down there. But all that power, I think the grass, yeah, just coming up in square meters. Not even by like a little piece. Square meters at a time, eh? What is the South African scrum going to do here? Should they play in this stadium? Hypothetically speaking. And just be kicking up soil. But no, they need more traction there. So I think the referees moved them, but France have the put in. Obviously opting for the scrum. Again, feeling this is the way to set the platform. The referee resets though. France looking for a pushover. Malesela, you think France is toying with Uruguay? Okay, that's an interesting opinion. I'm not going to disagree or agree. I think I value your opinion. That's the most important thing. I think Uruguay are surprising all of us. So in fact, where in the world, from where are you watching, guys? Give a shout out in the comments. Where are you at this time? Are you in the Hartbeespoort Dam? Are you in the Cayman Islands? Are you in Amanzimtoti? Where are you? Tell us. It's France. Feed the scrum now. Maxime Luku at the back. And Uruguay win the penalty. Just when you think it's going this way, the pendulum swings. Beno keeps hand up. Hand is up for advantage. Penalty from that scrum. And Uruguay breathe again. The belief is not gone. France need to capitalize. And it was Sipili Felatia on this loose head. You can see the emotion there from Landekar. He's been involved tonight for the Uruguayans. They know they might not particularly be as big and as physical, but if they have the passion and the heart, they can accomplish a lot. They're proud country. Oh, Uruguay Los Terros. And they come away with it now. Center field between their 22 and the 10-meter mark. There's space here on the left-hand touchline. The ball is moving. The tackler must release the player. We're on this left-hand touchline. Playing towards the halfway line. Etcheverry couldn't find his man. But a penalty to Uruguay. High tackle there from the French player on Nicolas Freitas. So Uruguay still managing to chisel out some space here on this left-hand touchline. The French defense having very few answers when it comes to this team. Keep in mind, they've never played each other before in a test match. So I think France as well, not expecting Uruguay to come out with such skill, tenacity, and passion. They would need to read their opponents, but never having played against each other, as we see that high tackle there from 22, Baptiste Couillou of France, who's on the field. Uruguay feed, the lineouts have not been clean all night, but the bounce of the ball is in their favor. It's at the base now. Perkessi at the base for Uruguay. They're inside the French territory, center field on the 10-meter mark. Uruguay with some space, beats one. Deus comes away with the ball for Uruguay. So not gaining many meters, still on the 10-meter mark. This time around, it's route one. It's a loose ball, but they held on to it, Uruguay. And another penalty, this time on the right-hand touchline. Inside on France's 10-meter mark, Uruguay have another penalty. Players going off their feet. Perkessi now with the opportunity to put the ball deep inside the French 22 and perhaps closer to that danger zone. Cameron, shout out from Peter Maritzburg, brother. Julian says Johannesburg. Cameron, UK, Peter Maritzburg, Spain, Alan Robinson. Is the Spanish roots influencing you to support the Uruguayans there by any chance? Christo, Peter Maritzburg. Norman, how's it, man? New Zealand. Tell me, am I saying it right? Tauranga, is that state in New Zealand? Tauranga. Sounds so cool. France now, under the pump here. But Uruguay not able to do much with that ball, not securing it, going loose from the ensuing line out. Just not setting a platform to take off Uruguay. So there's been moments like we mentioned. But we want to cancel those unforced errors. But it's almost like we want maybe too much from them than what they've already given us. As France this time now go down, but the referee has adjudged Uruguay to be infringing at that scrum. It's been a tough old day in the scrums. pendulum has swung left and right for Uruguay, for France, but a lot of scrum penalties today. You kind of wonder, is there anything influenced by the turf itself, like we mentioned? But again, every team is going to be playing on these sort of pitches prepared for the World Cup. So you've got to play to your conditions as France come away with it now. Out the back from Gabon Valeur. But again, Uruguay infringing. The referee calls back. I think it was Francois Cross there, wanted to take it quickly. Uruguay not rolling away, offside. Beg your pardon, offside. There was not rolling away there. And France with the opportunity now to put the ball out on this left-hand touchline. I think the French becoming a little bit more desperate as well. They still know they're short of that bonus point. They would have been wanting to bank it before this game commenced. But as the game's played out, Uruguay have been tenacious. France with the ball now. The feed from Movaka. But this time around, a handling error from France. Off goes the swing again, this time in the favor of Uruguay. So the momentum has been interesting in this game. For a minute, it's with Uruguay. In a moment, it's with France. The bounce of the ball, fortunate for France in that try as well. After Uruguay did so well to score on that side of the field, make it a 1-point game. France coming right back. So it's been an action-packed second half. Uruguay again, let's get you to the other side. Can this pack of forwards hold out now? Augustin Ormaecha with the ball in his hands to feed for Uruguay. Quick in and out. It's quick ball from Ormaecha. And it's route one, but it's ripped out of the tackle. And France come away with it now. Makalou. Kuyu at the base. The replacement scrum off for France. It's Makalou again. Been heavily involved tonight. France keeping the ball alive, offloading in the tackle. But Uruguay have come away with it again. Like bull terriers there on the tackle, but losing it. Stop, start. Uruguay need a little bit more. The score remains 20 points to 12. Okay, Tauranga is pronounced Tauranga. Tauranga. Am I right? Thanks for that, Timmy. Thank you, Timmy. You're teaching me now, brother. I did geography, but a long time ago. France being forced to make quite a few tackles in the second half. But Uruguay are going to have to rely on a little bit more of putting the phases together than just those one-off magic plays. But it has been magic from Uruguay, if I could call it that. To some not watching the game of rugby, they would just think France is perhaps just keeping them or floating at second gear. But to see a scoreline like this, after I remember how many World Cups where teams were just smashed, is an indication that rugby is the coming together, and it's the best time, the most competitive, I guess. So for Uruguay, a wonderful moment, albeit to some ordinary. This will be an extraordinary moment in this World Cup. A lot of surprises, most certainly, still to come. What an interesting World Cup. Tauranga. Got it. France with the feed now. Thomas Kuyu in support. Makalu at scrum off. He wants to go. Contender for man of the match. Makalu. France pick and go. Movaka. Strong on the ball now. Kuyu. Hastoy. It's Louis Biel Barret. And France finds space on this left-hand touchline. They give a long floating ball out to the right winger. He makes no mistake. Wonderful catch of the ball. Never took his eyes off it. And he had the presence of mind to dot it over. For France, 25 points to 12 up now. They manipulated the space out wide after the pick and go. The loose forward, Makalu, at one stage at scrum off. So a little bit more cohesion there from the French. And again, Louis Biel Barret with the try. Simply sensational. Not such great news for Uruguay, though, as Jaminet lines up the kick to put France further in the lead and take them more than 2 scores clear. He's only missed one tonight. Shanked it to the left. This time he's shaping. It's sailing, and over. Melvin Jaminet adds the 2 extra points for France, and they lead 27 points to 12. Heartbreaking stuff for Uruguay, but they've been in this fight all along. There's been no floodgates opening, but on that occasion, France just too much as Uruguay looked to kick off quickly. Just outside the 22, says the referee on this left-hand touchline of France. Thomas Kuyu at the base. Reda Wardy taking the ball up powerfully there. Kuyu shapes to kick, but then finds space out wide. They want to play. Gabon Villeur, he's wrapped up. Here come Uruguay. And they win a penalty. France wanting to play from deep. But Uruguay saying, you're not just going to walk all over us. The outside centre of France there, Arthur Vincent, not able to find any space. Isolated. And Uruguay now. It hasn't been familiar territory for them, but they have camped down here on 1 or 2 occasions. They want to convert this time around. Time is running out as the replacement hooker, Facunda Gattas, can't find his man, and France come away with the loose ball. It's turned over though. Uruguay now. This is crazy stuff. Inside the French 22. It's quick passes from Uruguay. Ormaedja. There's space here. There's an overlap. But just brought to ground. Playing towards this right-hand touchline. And Makalu's away. He's spreading those long legs. Can he go all the way? And France put the rubber stamp on this game. They get the bonus point. It's that man, Sekau Makalu. A wonderful turn of pace from the loose forward. We always knew he had athleticism, but outsmarting and running the cover defense to score. However, the referee will be checking with the TMO. But France just turning on the oven to slightly more than hot in these last few minutes through the enterprising play of that man, Sekau Makalu. Yeah, we're hoping for Fiji to do something over Australia as we look at this TMO review here. I think they're checking for any potential knock on there. Or any French hand that got that ball to come clean. The referee in consultation with his assistant referees, James Dolman and Paul Williams, as well as the TMO. These are the calls where the spotlight is on. Time is stopped. And France looking for that all-important bonus point try. But the referee says no try. There was, in fact, a French hand in there, which would mean it's a Uruguayan penalty if it was intentional. The referee just explaining there to Francois Cross how he came to that decision. So France and Makalu not celebrating the bonus point just yet. The TMO being heavily involved in this game. Question remains, yes, indeed, it is a penalty to Uruguay. Deliberate infringement, hands in there. That got the ball to bounce out. We thought it was off a foot there. The moment that happened, that man Makalu was away. Disappointed now, but Uruguay with the line out. Not securing that line out though. France back in possession. Back to the training ground in the lineouts. I think their scrums, it's been touch and go. Like we said, the pendulum swung, but the lineouts have not been clean from Uruguay. Perhaps they should consider going just to a front ball or throwing it over the 15 straight to one of the centers, because the lineouts are a little bit of a cause for concern. As a vital set piece now, but Uruguay on the French 10-meter mark on the right-hand touchline managed to scoop the ball away, and they indeed come away with it. A loose pass there from the scrum of Ormaeja. Katas from Ormaeja. The tight forwards coming in now. France not committing. They're inside the French half now. On centre field. Ormaeja to the fullback. Amaya. And another penalty. So the French discipline today or this evening has not been great. There is some chinks in the armor, if you ask me. But Gabon Valeur being adjudged to have infringed, and Uruguay with the opportunity now to go back inside the French 22 on that right-hand touchline with the feed to the line out to come. Do they maul? Are they a little bit too far out? They're about 18 meters out. It's a bit too far perhaps for a maul. But Uruguay desperate for some points. The score remains 27 points to 12 in the favor of the host nation, France. cut us with the feed, and another disruption in the line out. Hoofed away. And this is where Uruguay can play now. It's open play. Basso comes away with it. Tackle, though, brought to ground is Uruguay. Ormaeja with a little snipe. He's sandwiched by two French defenders. Freitas plays halfback. Villaseca. Battered and bruised, but on come Uruguay. Towards this right-hand touchline, just inside the French half. Playing from right to left. But finding the blind side now, Ormaeja. It's advantage. Not rolling away quickly enough, so free play here for Uruguay. Strong defense in midfield there. The referee puts time off. I think he wants to have a word. It's been one too many penalties. The captain, the standing captain after Gelange went off. Francois Cross just getting the instruction from the referee, no more. When the ball is presented, get yourself out of the way if you're off your feet, he says. Oh, I think Japan's World Cup was in 2019, brother. What a story they had, considering the win in 2015 over South Africa. That infamous day, as Uruguay come away with it now. Keeping it in tight there, Ormaeja to his replacement prop. Is there space here for Uruguay? It's a loose ball. Louis Biabaré, the try scorer of France, jumping on the back of the Uruguayan attacker. It's quick ball now, Uruguay. Villaseca loses it in contact, and France come away with it. No advantage. They'll come back for the scrum. That is the final play, however. France breathe a sigh of relief. It's been an interesting afternoon. 27 points to 12 over Uruguay. Not a result we would have imagined before the game, like we mentioned. But the French, I guess the one consolation would be that there's no serious injuries. It was a busy afternoon, a lot of infringements, a lot of scrum penalties. So the momentum kept shifting, if there ever was any momentum. Thanks for tuning in Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For the next game, remember, we are live for every game. We appreciate it. France on match day 9, triumphing by 27 points to 12 over Uruguay. Los Terros, you did us proud. From myself, Ruudz, at Forever Sports, Forever Rugby. Until next time, bye for now.